we're doing this super early, but I figured it would be a good time to do it because I don't know how much time it's gonna take me. I know the blanket soft. Move a little bit. Yeah, perfect. Good dog. Gotta love dogs. You know what I mean? Anyway, so today we're gonna be continuing to work on our TCG. Super excited to be doing that actually, because we have a lot of stuff to go over and all that. I don't have the physical cards yet. Shame, but I don't know. After a weekend of working, I think about it. I'm like, nah. Let's try and rework these rules. Let's try and figure it out, right? At least in my opinion. So I'm gonna pull up the old rules first. The old rules are fine. They work fine. I played it fine, but I gotta change it, and you know. Now I'm gonna take this old rules and we're gonna slide it onto my second monitor here because, well, to be frank, yeah, it it's not good. The first iteration of the rules does not work. But for the record, for the sake of clarity for everybody, I'm going to go ahead and pull up an example cards or cards from the game that you guys can totally get once I'm allowed to sell it. Once I'm allowed to. Here we go. So many cards. If I have old, they like to picture. Okay. Good. Yeah, geez, I have a lot of. It's funny when you look at it and it's like, oh, I have a lot of pictures for board. What else do I have? I'm trying to look on my sides that way I don't accidentally show anything. Shouldn't. But everything okay. See here. That all makes sense. I don't know where the original cards went. That's a bit sad. So I'll go ahead and pull up an example card. One that I really like. Like there's a lot of them that are really good. Like all of them are designed really well, but I wanted to show off some like super fun. My example card. I know what I'm. We bring this guy out here. Check it out. This guy's super badass. All right. This is the thing. Now, why is it plus when it's a cost? Okay, so we're gonna need this to draw like a cool diagram. I'm gonna insert some shape, not icons, shapes. Yeah. So, for example, on the new instructions, adjusted and whatnot thing. Your shapes. Other. Oh wait, I can do an arrow. Let's insert an arrow. Hell yeah, do that. Never mind, it's first. Whatever. We're learning. We're learning. It's a stream. It's okay. Not gonna worry about that. Okay. We'll just adjust the arrow like that. We should make it a bit fine. Here we go. A little more clear. So let's insert another shape. Wait, I gotta change the height of the. There we go. Clearly pointing back bar shape. It's super exciting. I can't wait. Get the actual rule video made, like the actual proper, like how to play the game. We got to work on that, and that's what this fun behind the scenes stuff is for. So that way, you all can see the process how I do or how I'm going about doing. Friends will be able to testing, or at the very least, we can talk about rules I already have. I don't know. Either way, stuff. I'm gonna try and simplify the rules because the rules be simpler when I first made the game, and they've become more complicated than they need to be. And I think is I also need to make sure the rules work with all the cards. Like I can't go back and change it. I know you're thinking, well, why didn't you just make the rules correct the first time? Well, because I'm an idiot. Oh, why am I quiet? Oh shit, am I quiet? I wasn't looking. Can you hear me now? Hold up, hold up. Did it? I loved the food. I loved the food that you sent. I really liked it. Am I good now though? I let me test it for a sec. I want to make sure you can hear me. Hold on. We good? Delay. Yes. Okay. Good. Okay. Glad we're good. Yeah. So yeah, I saw the food. It looked really good. Like, oh my god, absolutely loved it. Could not get enough. Actually, like actually, like. Uh, uh, oh yeah, I love food so much. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm getting stuff figured out. Okay, that pulled up. We're gonna pull in up some stuff so that way. What the battery does. Here we go. Okay, everything's getting back to normal. Sorry about that. Just getting some stuff set up. Anyway, so we'll go ahead and keep working wonderfully on this TCG that I'm working on. Where was I? Oh yeah, like I was saying before, what is it? We kind of screwed up a bit. So look at this. We've got all the arrows kind of lined up. We're gonna insert text box, and I'm gonna try and fix the rules essentially today. Today, I'm just fixing rules, and holy shit. Okay, that goes a bit out of the box. We'll need to change. Okay, or maybe I should do multiple boxes, like really tiny. I'm not too sure. Maybe we're doing this the wrong way. Let's find out, huh? Uh, could turn it. Yeah. Okay. This is just gonna be a better description of everything. Where we're just gonna be, I'm just gonna be like writing in all of it. For example, this is the name of the card. Ooh, put it. Could make it smaller. Well, let's see. We have the name. We have health. We got picture. Then we got the ability description. Then we're gonna have attack value, and then the card cost. So those are the main actual things, the elements of the card. We gotta spread it out a bit. That way it okay. Part part. Okay. So then we can take these. See, look at this wonderful. This is editing here. Name up. Drop health. Am I doing this the right way, or should I do blocks? Because this will eventually be on a rules video for everyone to check out, right? So we want to make sure that it goes smooth. I think that's okay. I think that. I gotta get. I gotta redo it. It's got to be individual boxes, otherwise it's gonna look ugly. You know, it's such a small petty thing to worry about, but centered. Yep. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna adjust this down a bit. Fine. Okay, we're just gonna insert stuff. We're gonna make it easier to get stuff. Let's see. We're gonna insert shape. Your text box. Sorry. We're just gonna do this a bunch of times. We're just gonna insert some text boxes to make sure that it all looks fun, simple, good layout. Give me the health. I'm trying to redesign the rulebook, and in designing the rulebook, I'm hoping that it'll be easier for people to understand how to play the game and really get into it more. That'd be nice. Well, Xbox, delete that. Picture, and then we'll go into detail over the components of each card. So that way it's simple, because I want to make sure that this game is very clear. I don't want it to be any kind of misconstrued on how to play, but I need to make the gameplay simpler. Because if the gameplay is too complicated, then no one's going to want to play it. But also, if it's too simple at the same time, it's not unique anymore, right? You lose some of that unique style. So you gotta work on the balance between it. And I think I might have come up with a solution when I was in the shower. So I'm gonna go with it, and I'm gonna see if with as and I have the old rules pulled up, so I'm probably gonna steal some stuff from the old rules as well. But I think these new rules. Now I'm just gonna ability. Don't need to explode the description. That's just making it do like steadier. Okay. Ability. I think this looks well. I think this diagram is a bit better than the old one I had, where it wasn't as clear. Because I used to just show the card. I didn't have these little boxes kind of describe everything. Attack. And I like Times New Roman. I think it's the clearest font to write in. We can be fancy with other fonts later if it matters. I think that's the way to do it. Okay, and then we have cost. We'll just call it cost. I was thinking about how I want to phrase that, but I think we're just gonna cost. And since I'm redesigning the rules, this gives me a chance to like fix a lot, and hopefully I'll be able to play test other that I get the cost. All right, so this is the breakdown of the cards. It should be clear. I picked the one with the red background, so that way the black line should pop up a bit better. Um, so here we are. This is the overall breakdown of a card. I've fucked up. Okay, so the card breakdown. And this will eventually be on YouTube, right? All this info, which is going to be super important. You're going to have to edit and all that fun stuff, but there we go. I think that's pretty good. I think that makes it a bit simple. Oh, wait, no. I'm going to move everything. Yeah. Down a Oh, well. Okay. Because what I did in order to make my trading card game easier and cheaper for everyone is that I made sure to not include a rulebook. Because if you include a rulebook, that jacks the price up like a stupid amount, and no one's gonna want to, play my game if people got to pay like too much money for it. Okay, there we go. Redid this. Card breakdown very clear. So that's good. And we're gonna insert another text box. I think text box help people like take notice of things. But that's just me. Throw a text box right down here, and this will keep everything kind of nice and uniform. Well, no. Now I can go into the card detail a little bit better and a little bit hopefully clearer. And this is just all card breakdown because I need to make. If we don't establish how the card is set up, it'll get really confusing later on when you see cards that are missing some of this information, or when cards have, like this is the most information one card could have. Okay, so for name. Oh wait, no, this is the name. Oh wait, it shouldn't be the name. It should be the tag. We call it the card tag. Like it is the name of the card, but it's also the tag of the card. Like that's you should define it as a tag. Okay. And this is just gonna be simple definitions of everything. Oh, let's bring it down to 12. Let's get nice. Okay. We'll bold the word. Okay. Keywords associated with the card. Oh wait, no. The tag is technically. Shit. I realize I've already fucked up. This is the name. I need to add one more. We have room, but hell, better to get it right now than like screw it up and not have it right. Because we have a tag, but we also do have a name. Different. The tag is whatever comes before the slash thing, typically. Okay. Insert more text box. Okay. All of this. Name. This is the actual. Okay. There we go. Control C. Right. So the name tag. Ooh, maybe the tag should be above the. Because the tag is actually part right there. Swaps box. Actually, let's bring the name one down. Let's just make this like. It needs to be clear cut. There should be no confusion, or at least as little confusion as possible about what everything. Okay. So hopefully that's clear. If not, I'm gonna add. The dash. Okay. The name, that should be super quick. Describes the card. Oh, you can't say name in a definition. Unique title. Health. That should be an easy one. picture. That's easy. An image to represent the card. Has no gameplay mechanic. Okay. The ability. And then for the ability, oh, I never, shoot, my computer finally got power in it. Sorry about that. Sorry about this. Sorry. All right then. Sorry about that. Anyway, go ahead and see here. So we have an ability. The ability is it's the action. The it's the essentially the ability is the actions that the card does once in play on the table. There's cost. Okay. There we go. Easy, simple, clear cut. It's not perfect in the way it's all lined up. Ooh, maybe I should try and line it up. Ooh, that'd be fun. Got attack. Yes. We dropped the spacing. Like the yeah, there we go. And it's simply the amount that the card can do to another card. Very simple. Very simple. Cost. I'm gonna move the boxes over to like kind of be in front of their descriptions. Just because I think that makes it a bit easier. There we go. Okay. Now that that's kind of been taken care of, let's now that we've established. Okay, so we've clearly established what's contained in a card. Like this is the whole entirety of a card, right? Really important. Oh, I got a mess. Sorry, sorry, it's my wife. Sorry. Well, you know how these streams go. They're always kind of all over the place. Okay, so I hope the card breakdown is sufficient. If there's questions, feel free to ask about it. Now we need to go into the actual gameplay. So first, I'm going to describe the game how I want it to go in my head, and then we'll try and clarify things afterwards. I think that's the easiest way. Okay, so what is stacked anyway? What is the game stacked? Oh, I should have put a title on this rule page thing, but did I do it? Should we fuck with all the hard work? Yeah, we should. Just a little. Just come down one. Okay. I know what I'm doing, just kind of like fucks with everything we just set up because it all looks nice, but it is kind of important that we get this right now. Because I want it to be super clear. And I want it to look presentable, right? For when I actually make the official like rules YouTube video. It's going to be for the trading card game. Super important. I can't afford to have that up at all, really. Back. Cost. Ability. Right. Okay. All these lines are screwed up. Not quite, actually. Could eat a bit. Health. And then for the tag. Go. These micro details, they don't seem like they matter, but if I would have any experience with IKEA instruction manuals, I would say being very, very clear is the most important thing, really, for your game. Especially because, like, this rule book thing needs to be accessible. So I can't afford to risk too much misinterpretation without my own special clarification. I'll obviously I need to make an errata form and why I do all that because just that whole thing was we're gonna use font of stack trading card game. TCG. I bolted it. Deck under. Hmm. Okay. So now we have the breakdown. Okay. Now we have the actual breakdown ready to go. So I'm gonna go ahead now and actually describe what I wanted it to happen. Okay. So essentially, okay, each player would have one deck of cards ranging from 36 to I wanted it to be a bit more. We're gonna say 7 or a double 36. You could like if you get two starter packs, I want you to be able to like you could put it together and that could be a deck. Yeah, because if you do it, I mean, because I don't want it to be 60 because I feel like it's gonna be well not good because yeah you need to have my game I think just requires more cards in general for a maximum. You can play with a minimum. Like there's no obviously it's your cards. You can do whatever you want with it. I think we'll do 36 doubled, which is close to that. Say 70. Or no, if I had 250 cards, deck. We'll just state. Okay. Okay. So the decks are composed of fruit, which is indicated in red, resources, which is indicated in blue, and instant, which is indicated black. Oh, background. It's important to say background because otherwise they might not understand. We've just established the 3 types of cards. There's only 3. Oh, right. And then, of course, the home base. Which is a purple background. But there's only one home base. So there's I'm going to specify that the home base doesn't count for your card limit total. Okay? I'm going to make that super clear. Okay. So each player in the game pre-stacked deck, as the name is implying. Okay. So clarify. Okay. The deck are organized. Okay, so each player will come to the game with a pre-stacked deck. And to clarify, the players may sort through and decide the specific order that the cards inside the deck are organized. Example, I could choose first card to be NASA Alien Hunter. Then my next card Billion. And my card be I don't know. It could be any card. I'll just pick a random one that I have. Hey, thank you so much. Oh my god, that means so much. Holy crap. It's those little things that absolutely mean the world to me. Holy shit. I love it. I love seeing the cheers when it pops up. Oh my god. It's so wonderful. Honestly. It's great. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. I got another. Did I get another? I don't know. Anyway, but thank you though. I really appreciate it, M. Simmons. I can't thank you enough, honestly, for that. And I'm glad you're enjoying. Honestly, I'm glad you're enjoying that we're doing something different. It means a lot. I can't wait to be able to share this with everyone. Okay. So the third card could be right. We need to get a random card. I'm just gonna pull one out. I'm not gonna obviously show it. It's supposed to be kind of spoil. I know we're kind of spoiling stuff here, but here we could do. I'm just trying to think of a card that has a reasonable name. Avoiding Gunfire, classic card. And maybe I'll put the names of the cards in quotes, just to super clear what the whole card name is. Even though I just did a breakdown of the card, it's still important show off the names, and I made sure to do 3 different kinds of names, so that way it's clear that you can have a tag with like the whole. Well, it's like the tag and the name are kind of the same thing, but they're separate. So I want to make it fair. Okay. Hey, welcome to the stream, man. Super glad to have you here. Super glad. I'm doing a cool trading card game breakdown, going over the rules or how to play the awesome trading card game. It's gonna be really fun. I'm really excited. Actually, you know what? Let me check on the game crafter. Let me see. How's it going? It's going fantastic, honestly. I have like a new creative spirit going on right now. I can't quite publish them yet. Ah, damn. Let me see. Can I publish it? What can I publish? Like, I need to upload a shop advertisement. Can I not sell them? Hold on. Okay, I have to wait 7 days till I can publish. I can pay $10 to bypass the waiting period, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just be patient and wait the 7 days. Yeah. Okay. And I don't make much money off the trading card game, for the record. You're not into trading card games. You play Bennett, Rome, and Uno. It's okay. You don't have to. Trading card games aren't for everyone. But yeah, I love it. I like making games. This is kind of like my secret hobby that I feel like, honestly, if I had, I mean, if I had just done board games from the very beginning instead of video games, I feel like we would have had a bigger community. I feel like the community would be so much more. I don't know. I feel like we would have had a bigger reach because everyone just plays video games on Twitch and stuff. But in any case, hopefully we're making a comeback now, and the community can kind of grow a bit with this. So let's see here. Let's see. Each player. So I've described the 3 different types of cards names of cards, which is really good. Okay. And so this is just showing that I can stack up my cards any which way. I'll probably later on I'll get the actual cards. I have some pre-printed cards that I just printed off at home, just to kind of display things and make it a little bit clearer. Okay, so when a card played, it may big war games maybe someday come to America. Oh, you do tabletop? Well, I play Warhammer. I play the Warhammer 40K. That's oh shit, I don't have my water. Sorry, let me get my water. Sorry about that. How unprofessional of me to not have my wonderful box water. Hashtag please sponsor me. God, I'd love to be sponsored by box water. That'd make me so happy. I'm not, but I'd love a box water sponsorship. All right, so when a card is played, it may have an ability. Oh wait, no. Yeah, when an instant card is played, immediately resolve its ability. Unless specified. Wait. For example, an attachment card. You're gonna get something to drink, yes, and come back to stream. Tabletop game. Oh. Well, that's cool. I don't. I'm not streaming a tabletop game right now. I'm streaming card games. We're working on a card game right now, but I would love to see a tabletop game. You know. Um, So anyway, let's see. So when an instant card is played, you immediately resolved the ability's effect unless specified like to wait. Like for example, if you have an attachment card, okay, and I should probably specify what an attachment card is. An attachment card is a type of instant which is tucked beneath another card. I should get an example of an attachment card, shouldn't I? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. So it's an attachment card, which is a type of instant card, which is tucked beneath another card, and often gives the card how do I say it? This is the complicated part. This is just the tough part of writing rules. Just in general, this is just like it's hard to write rules for a game. So an attachment card is a type of instant card. Okay, so an attachment card is a black card essentially. And then what happens is when you attach it, you're tucking it because you can't say, you can't say like certain magic item. So you tuck it beneath another card, and it often gives the uh, the first card, or is that too vague? I'll just leave it as that for now. The first card, a new ability or property. And that's pretty much how that would go. Okay? Cool. We're figuring it out. Let's see here. Okay, you come with a pre-stacked deck. So we have the ability, and then other cards may also have ability. For example, again, we'll just use the NASA Alien Hunter is a good example. Gains attack and health based on similar tags. It's important to specify tags, not names itself. It has to be a tag. Okay. Oh, I should also specify no more copies. It's pretty standard, but it's a balancing number that seems to work. So we're just gonna stick with it for all trading card games. No more than 3 copies of a card can be in single deck. Oh, go on. Save it. Okay. Updated. Okay. The first part is just going to be more clarification stuff. Then we'll get into like the phases of the game, and I think I'm going to change. I need to change the terminology. We got to work on that. Okay. You can have no more than 3 copies of a card in a single deck. Keep it simple. I think that's pretty fair. We want to make this reasonable to play. Okay. Okay. I'm going to say you may mark stat adjustment with markers. However, this is not required. Just in case people feel like they want to mark it. We will clarify that you are allowed to mark it. However, it's not required. So, a little clarification. And we'll come back to this as we go through, but I want to go through the phases of play. This first part is just, yeah, clarification. Then we'll go into the individual play. Okay. Or phases of play, parentheses, how to play. Okay. Step one. Right? So one. Um, place home base card. I don't need to say card. Purple background. Um, into the center of their half of the table. Okay? The area. I should steal that diagram again. I'm gonna steal the diagram from my old rules. I think it's I think I still like the diagram. I think it just needed to be I needed to just there were just issues with it before. Go down. Too good and it flies through text. Okay. Then I'm gonna insert a text box. Okay. And this is and this graph, this chart is pretty good. This is what it's supposed to look like. This is the zones. We'll call it zones. Nice and simple. As best as I can. Zones of play. This should clarify, I would hope. You're back. Welcome back. Glad to have you back. This should hopefully make it good. All right. The area below the home is where resource are are played. And you have to specify each sentence specifically to make sure rules are very, very clear. The area above the home base where group cards. The areas to the left and right of the home base is where instant are. Okay, so that's very okay. The space between both players' group zone is where I haven't. This is I need to future proof it. These are called they're going to be called environment cards, but we don't have any environment cards in the game right now. And this, This is an extra side clarification that bunkers are placed on the home base. Okay, that's just an extra clarification, which should be important out of the way. Okay, so I think I've made this much clearer. Hopefully, it makes sense. Okay, I don't want there to be confusion about what exactly, uh, where everything. And I'm actually gonna even adjust it. Like, let's bring it up. Very, very clear. Okay. I'll even title this number one as call it pair base or no, it's called setup. And within this same paragraph, or not the same paragraph, but in the next paragraph, okay. Making sure not to obstruct the zone area. However, the players have decided to establish. Okay. Like draw amount. Okay. This is still in setup. We do 5 cards. I want to do more than 5 cards. I feel like 5 cards you don't get enough info. Each player then draws 6 cards. Now, since it's stacked, since the game is stacked, I don't need to. Um, I'm sending you a picture if anyone wants to live in their favorite game. Oh, okay. I can check that out real quick. It won't be on the stream, obviously. You know, away. Oh. Oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah, I like Warhammer. Yeah. Good shit. Um, so, they'll, because you're pre-stacking your deck, it's kind of assumed that they're gonna put resource cards first, so that way they can play their cards. Um, you know when you're fucked. Yeah, yeah, that's about right. Um, yeah, so they should be hard enough. I would hope most players to know that they need to play resources to do so. I'm gonna yeah, it should be pretty clear. And there's free resource cards that you get in your starter decks that I put in there on purpose. Okay. Two. Okay. Your turn. Okay. We've set up the board. All right. And I think I've already made it a lot simpler. Yeah, I think I've already made it a lot simpler. So we're gonna split it into a couple mini phases, and then this is the whole thing is the player turn, and then A, which is first deployment. Okay. In deployment, section into their respective zone. be paid before playing a new card table to indicate payment of the new card. Turn the card 90 degrees. You gotta be very careful with copyright and stuff. You're gonna turn the card 90 degrees. Where's my degree button? Should be a degree button somewhere on the. Would you just use a start? No. People do. How do I add a damn degrees on the keyboard? Hold up. I'm looking at my keyboard. I got %, $sign, star. Is there no degrees button? I'll just say it. I'll just say degrees. I'm being stupid. I know, right? There's no degrees button. I look stupid, don't I? Next to 1. No, that's my tilde. So I have tilde and then like, yeah, it's not degrees. I'm sorry. Here, let me. I don't normally take my camera down. Let me show you all my keyboard. I appreciate the. Oh, I can copy that. Never mind. I'll just copy your typing of degrees. Oh god, I even put the camera angle badly. Oh god. Thank you. I'm gonna. I have the degrees. Yeah, that's so weird. Thank you. Thank you so much. My god. You gotta love it. You gotta love it, you know. Do that. Okay. Okay, to indicate payment of the new card, turn the resource card. Oh no, I'm saying it wrong. So turn caps. Oh, cap. No. Tilde with caps. No, I'm telling you, it's not. Okay. That's with that. If I do caps lock, it's that. It's not. I'm sorry. I don't have the degree button. I just don't have it. It's weird. Okay. To indicate payment of the new card, right? You're gonna turn the resource card. Very important to indicate resource card. Oh, I have cap lock. Turn the resource card 90 degrees. Oh, what the hell? That fucked up the font too because I stole it from Twitch. Okay. Go. A little bit better, if I do say so myself. To either side. And the card up. Okay. I'm going to say resource cards, which are used for payment, may not be used in the defense step of attack phase. Very clear. Very clear. Your American keyboards. You also spelled keyboards wrong. So, ha! Deal with it. Let's see. The deployment. Okay. Good. Okay. Yeah, I like that you tried to say that my keyboard sucks, but you didn't even type keyboard correctly. That's hilarious. I love you guys. You guys are great. Okay. Let's see here. Not be used. Okay. I think that's pretty clear, right? That's all that should need to be said, right? So essentially, right? Okay, so I have a card. It says it needs this much resources. I turn the resource cards 90 degrees to indicate that they have been spent on that card that is then played. Okay, I'm gonna say only then. I'm gonna just add a clarifying statement. It's a bit of an unnecessary statement, but it's a clear. Well, we'll see. We'll see. You know, we'll find out how that goes. No chance of peace. We'll find out. After payment is played, you paid. All these P words. Too much. After payment is paid, only then can the new card be laid into the appropriate zone. Okay. Just an extra clarifying statement just to make it super sure. Um, that's what's happening. All right. So, B. So after you deploy a card, you can then, well, let me see what I did in my old rules. Let's see what order I wanted to go about this in. Let me see. So we had, oh, yuck. Oh, God, it's all a mess. Ew. Okay. Okay. Oh, right. The reserve deck. I'll get into that later. Okay. I'll get into reserve decks and main decks in a second. Reserve decks are going to be interesting because some cards, if I remember right, have to do with your main deck or your reserve deck. The reserve deck in my original game was going to be that the troop cards and resource cards were going to be separated originally, but I've decided to scrap that idea. But there's still cards that have that issue, like where like it's coming up. So I need to actually clarify some of the cards. I need to shit. Yeah, I just realized I need to make sure that the cards that do have that issue are okay. Plenty of those. Right, cover. I forgot about cover. Oh God. Oh, this is gonna be such a mess to fix these rules to make them like good for the game. Oh God, and I even had it on minuses. Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. Oh God. I even did it correctly on the first time I set the cards up. Oh God, it's such a mess. Oh fuck. Oh my God. Oh fuck. I made it so bad. I gotta make erratas now. Oh no. I see what I did wrong, guys. I see what I did wrong, and oh shit. I already ordered the cards. Okay. I'm gonna need to do massive editing probably off stream, or I could do it on stream so you guys can see what kind of suffering I deal with. Okay, so that's all good. Like the attachments are good. I need to. You know what I should do? You know what? Maybe instead of going through and fixing everything, I'm just gonna make a clarification errata because that's what other trading card games do. Other trading card games do, and fuck, redesigning all the cards so that way they all are uniform. I have like almost over two. I have like what almost 250 cards already. Oh fuck. Because I make games backwards and I'm an idiot. But hey, um, at least at least when I get the cards, I'll be able to demonstrate the differences, and we can go through it together. And I'll probably specify in which packs they'll come up. Fuck, I'm so stupid. I'm sorry, I'm just really stupid. So we will move on from there. Did I not use parentheses or like figure this out? Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Gotta make sure the rules are simple. Trying to make it simple. Okay. Deployment, each section of the player turn. Okay. After deployment, you lay all your cards out. Because instant cards can be played anytime, and you just resolve the effects at any time. So then we have the attack phase. So you can attack. Right? The whole fun part of this, right? Is making an attack. Okay, in this section, player made an attack using their troop. The attacking player may choose to have multiple cards attack the same card at once, therefore combining the total attack strength. Fuck, I'm like so pissed at myself. I'm like so mad right now over my mistakes. But maybe some cards face set. Fuck. Okay. Cover. Maybe gotta love. God, and that's like a basic card. Oh man. Oh man, there's like broken shit. Everything's like broken. don't don't be mad. Think of Kriegsman giving a space marine a cookie. That's nice. We'll fix it together. It'll be okay. First generation cards are so much worse laid out than they were laid out so much worse. I've just realized. Oh, they're called gear. That's right. God. Attachment. Oh God, I've like fucked it up. Okay, an attachment card, sometime called gear. I know what I'm gonna do to fix it, but it. Fucking terrible. Okay. I'll need to like make a whole separate video just on like card clarifications, so that way no one has any problems playing the fucking game. Oh my god, I'm terrible. Holy shit. This definitely should have been playtested a lot more than before I purchased finalized cards. I'll be fixing it. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. Yeah, we'll be fine. At least the game's gonna look good when it gets here in a month. Okay. Okay. Sorry. So in this section, the player may choose to make an attack using their troop cards. The attacking player may choose to have multiple cards attack the same card at once, therefore combining the total attack strength of. Uh, okay. Okay. After all of the attacking player's troop cards have been assigned to the defender's um, cards, the defender may then have any un um, any cards which are not the subject of an attack add their how do I say this? They're gonna add their stuff. Yeah, it's work, but yeah, I know. Hey, I mean, I have to wait a month for my cards to get here anyway, so I guess it's no big deal. May as well take the time to clarify and make rule erratas now than do everything. Then wait till after I get. Better to get it out of the way. And what's nice is that in 7 days, y'all can buy the cards and you can. So this is why there's like a rush because I only have 7 days to get this thing like fixed, so that way people can play it. And I gotta make a whole YouTube video um, of like a fast version explaining how to play the game. They didn't include a rulebook in the game because I didn't understand the rules. An idiot. I'm just stupid. It's okay. See, this is why I love you guys though, because you're still supporting me even though I'm totally fucked this up. Oh, God. Okay. Let's see. Okay. The defender may then add any cards which are not the subject of an attack. They're currently attacked cards. Wait. Hold on. Am I saying this right? Hold on. After all of the attacking player's troop cards have been assigned to the defender's troop cards, the defender may then have any cards which were not the subject of an attack add their strength to the currently attacked cards on their side. So essentially, how would this work? Is that okay? This is why in the YouTube video I'll show an example probably at the same time. But essentially, if I have a card and then this is a defending card, this card attacks here. If the defender had like another card up here, they could then add it into the defense, and everything gets added together. So that's something important to clarify. Okay, I better say that. All stats of both sides are added together, and damage resolved as if only two are fight. Okay, so for example, if the attacker makes an attack against one card with, we'll just say, +1 attack and +1 health. Oh no, the example needs to be like this. Shit. I need to make the example a little better. Hold on. I need to lay out and break down an attack example. Example of attack. Okay. Maybe I should put it in a text box. Actually, let's do it in a text box. So that way we can keep the phases of the game rolling. Oh, good, and it just goes straight through. Excellent. Okay. Here's an attack example. And it'll be easy to play once you get playing, but like the actual actually playing it's actually not that hard. Just the issue of well, there's okay. player 1. Okay. No, it should be player A. A and B is always. Player A attacks. These. Okay. With 2 cards of their own. Those cards together have total. I'm just making numbers up. Okay. Player B may then have its +2 attack. Okay. Unattacked? Is that how you say? It's unattacked card with +2 attack and +1 health. Okay, so player A attacks player B's +1 attack and +1 health card with 2 cards of their own. Those cards together have a total of +2 attack and +3 health. Player B may then have its have its own unattacked troop card with +2 attack and +1 health. Join its uh, this gives the defending side +3 attack health. Must then suffer. I'm gonna keep it simple. Must then discard cards until the total number of incoming attack has been given to card. Okay? Okay. In this case, player A would discard both of attackers because he is defending against +2 attack from defender each no no each of his cards cannot. No, no. Okay, so he's Okay, so in this case, player A would discard both of his attackers. He's defending against +2 attack from the defender, and his cards have. Okay, no, no, new sentence, new sentence. Okay. He then discards his second card because the card had equal. Because a card. Okay. Player B. Let's see here. Okay, both players ascend discard cards. The total number of incoming attack has been given to the cards. In case player A would discard both of his attackers because he's defending against +3 attack from the attacker. His first card has +1 health and is. Okay, so essentially what's happening is player A is attacking with a 1/1 and a 1/2. And then player B is defending with a 2/1 and a 1/1. Or, yeah, 2/1 and a 1/1. Equals it out, so it's equal. So player B, so this is kind of cool. They have to lose their 1/1 first, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so player B, player B's 1. No, it doesn't need to be. Okay. Okay. There we go. There's the attack example, an example of a full attack. And I'm gonna make this a free download. Do this little thing if I can. I'm gonna make it a free download on the YouTube video that I make for this. so people have a copy of the rule and the clarification, for the card breakdown and stuff, just to make it really, really, and because this is a good layout for the card. I really like the layout for this card specifically, and this is the layout I'm gonna be sticking. Works. Okay. Okay, so let me reread this. Make sure this is this section. Players may choose to make an attack using their troop cards. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Then there's C thing. Have it up. So for section C, have we're gonna call this a run through, or not run through. Call it we have attack, and then we have push. Okay. So in this section, any cards from the attacker's side which were not discarded during attack section um, may make an attack on base. All right, they can make an attack on the home base. All right. Uh, after all attacking cards after all attacking cards are assigned um, base, the ending player may then add resource cards contain a health stat add base total health all this way must suffer all incoming attack damage before base. Unlike all other cards, home base keeps any damage inflicted best game. The card as other ones. Okay, that's good. All right, I'm gonna say section. Okay. So you can use resource cards with health in order to help defend. So in this section, players may choose to make an attack using troop cards. Attacking player may choose to have multiple cards attack the same one. After all of the attacking player's troop cards have been assigned to the defender's troop cards. Yeah. The defender may have cards that were not subject of an attack, and their strength. Oh, hold on. Did I read this wrong? The defender may then have. Okay, that should fix. Okay, okay. And this. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think we've got it all kind of figured out. We're getting there. Okay. So after this, yep. I think that actually clears up push very well. I think push is very simple, especially when you build off of attack and example of an attack. Good. We got set up. Okay. So section D. Okay. Oh wait, what's this is called? Uh, Coop. Or do I want to call it recoup? You're vibing. Good. Recoup. No, 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 no. Okay, so this is kind of. I don't want to call it cleanup. Call it. Oh yeah. Um. So we're doing deployments. Where you play cards. Back. We could just call it supply. We're just gonna call it the supply action. So in your supply action, in this section, okay. So step one, you take all your attack cards and you bring them back. Uh, all resource cards are turned. Did I say shifted? Turn. I need to use turn. Turn the cards. We're turning the card back. Back 90 their original position. Okay. I already talked about how instant cards can be played at any time. In this section, okay, card. Okay, they move cards into their respective zones. Each card will have a cost. Okay, so that clearly says that every card is involved. So instant cards can be played. Anything. I'll even specify that. Add a quick clarification of that. Okay, then the player change. Okay, winning the game. Very simple, right? Yeah, we're doing 3. Winning the game. All right. Oh god, I need to add more clarifications, don't I? About the side deck. Okay, so I'm adding in clarifications about the side deck because there's rules about side decks, and I've decided to make the side deck 15 cards maximum, a little booster deck kind of. Deck may contain anything it may be drawn from as well as a deck. However, this card limit is accounting for total physical cards. Then a funky English word, irregardless. Oh, no, how to say There's some good clarification. Okay, I've kept the side deck in kind of a roundabout weird way. Here, we'll yeah, bring this. That way it's a little bit. Fine. You'll just be stuck on 3. Okay. Oh, it is one. Supposed to be one. Okay. Whatever. I'm not perfect. Can't make golf. Just drop the spacing. Yeah, like he's smaller. Like we'll definitely have a space between this. Not spacing. This is just cheeky fucking with the format now to make it look more readable. There, what part is? Here we go. Oh, That just helped. Right there, just in case. Question margin. Oh well. It's close enough, so what if the attack thing hit? That works so hard. I'm not gonna. It's fine. People can figure it out. They can just read that way. They'll be fine. There's some good clarification. Okay, we're good. We did it. Here's the rules of the game as written. I think I've made it pretty damn clear now, instead of all the complicated mess of a that I had before. I think that makes it simple. Clearly see the bold section. Clearly see the individualized section. Good. Okay, there's the rules. Let's save that. I'm gonna need to add this as a make it a link. Can you link things? That editor. Bum, bum, bum. All right. No, I'm really happy with that. Actually, I'm really happy with how things are going. It's going good. Okay, let's see here. Make a new one. Oh boy, I didn't want to make this one, but it's the only solution I have right now. So we're gonna make an errata. Hooray! Hooray for erratas! Yay! An errata. Yay! We're starting over. Well, not really. Okay. This is gonna be. This is how you know there's commitment to the game is when you're already making the FAQ. Oh no, it's not an errata, or it is an errata slash FAQ. Oh God, God kill me. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna give a disclaimer. Yeah, I think a disclaimer is necessary. Very important disclaimer. You're playing Poland right now, and you're preparing to my army to fight World War II Germany. Nice. Let's get into this, huh? We're gonna fix our game. Very important. But the cool thing is, before we even do this part, I need to go to the full card list. Fortunately, I've already updated it previous video, so we have all the cards right here. All the cards. So I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to try and fix it. The problem is they're not, so I'm going to have to do it in generations. You're going to shit yourself? Why is that? Okay. Okay. We're going to go through every single card from each set, and we're going to try and make this work. Okay. So, start with fun. Just for okay. Starter pack. Is that what it's called? This will be going through cards that are in the starter pack first, as the first main. All right, let's do it. What's the first card? Bad equipment. Okay, go find bad equipment. Okay. Let's go to my pictures. Okay. I need to actually go find this. Actually, what if I go in here and where is it? Finalized card. Hey, we need to move this folder to the desktop. Actually, we need to move it to the desktop. Because holy shit, finding that was a mess. All right, so I have the finalized cards from the first one, and actually, you know what's cool? I can now alphabetize everything. So actually, now that I have this, I'm gonna alphabetize it. Oh, I'm so excited. This is so bad. Okay, getting this starter pack, getting this, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make another folder. Called all stacked TCG cards. Okay, and then what we do, take, I don't mind if you watch this, all of these, drop them in there. Oh, shit. I need to copy. There. Okay. I just had to make sure that was all correct. Okay. So then in the stack TCG all cards, we're going to take all the other cards that we made already. Going to copy that, and we're going to. Hey, JJ. Hey, welcome. And we're going to paste all of these cards in there. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We have so much shit to go through. Okay. Now we get to start the very fun time of eradicating all the cards. How many cards do we have now? That's a good question. You know what? I don't ask that, but I'm really curious. How many cards are in the trading card game that I've made? How many? Let's just find out a good number. If I grab all of them, 249. We got 249 cards to go through. Oh, fuck. This is going to take so long. Discord? Hell yeah, dude. You can We can do that. I guess. Hello. Do you see how much work
Hello.
Do you see how much work I have to do today?
Yeah, I do.
Because I've made the cards looking through like 5 different things, like they all look different. So I got to make it. I just made rules. And my stuff's about to be ready to purchase in 7 days. I have 2 starter decks and
Jesus shit.
I have 2 starter decks and 2 booster packs.
You better get that nailed down.
Well, I got the rules done. The rules are done, but I realized that some of the cards are not compatible, so I need to make them compatible now.
Jesus.
Or like I have so many cards, I could even make a ban list already.
Jesus Christ.
It'll be fine. But yeah, it's good, and I fixed it. The rules, because the rules used to be a mess. But now I have to go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a picture of each card. I'm gonna make a long ass FAQ because I have to. I'm making an FAQ before the game's released.
Oh, nice. I mean, honestly, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. So, but it sucks because now I have to go to get every single card and put a picture of it and explain why it's set up the way it is and how to use it in the game.
Yeah.
249 cards to do. It's like I love making stuff hard for me. Okay.
You do. What are you talking about? It's like.
Okay.
Is this the right one? I don't know. I haven't streamed in so fucking long. Alright, done. Unhost, start stream. Go live.
Great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a picture of each card, and then I'm going to put a text box next to it explaining how it works.
Nice.
I think that's the right
hello.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to do my intro.
I'm sorry. I'm frustrated.
No, you're all good. Hi, everyone. Sorry I've been gone for such a long time. I was dealing with health and wellness issues. I'm back now, and we'll be back to our normal, regularly scheduled program of every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yeah, I'm here with Elwirfy, who is currently working on his own card game.
Yeah, actually, let me give you a link to the store page. It's not ready bought yet, but I'm gonna. Ooh, it's even a tiny link, not a big long. Hopefully, that takes you to what I see. If it doesn't, I'm sorry.
Find out. Let's see.
And it shouldn't be published. Like you can't buy it yet. But I made it as cheap as physically possible that the game crafter would let me make it. Just to be super.
It just shows your merch. It just shows your merch.
What do you mean my merch?
Like, it brings me to your merch store.
Oh, I don't have a merch.
Yeah, you do.
What's in the merch store? What the fuck? How do I have a merch store? I didn't even make a merch store.
Yes, you did a long time. It's where your sweatshirts, your phone cases.
No, I sent you to the game
stickers.
Crafter. No, did you in the Discord?
Oh, I thought you meant the link that popped up in fucking.
No, not in Steam or not in Twitch. That one's done and ready to go. Like, yeah, we're.
Well, because like literally right when you said I hope to send you to the same place, that one popped up. So I was like, oh, all right. I have to be logged in. I don't have a game grafter.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Make an account.
No.
It's free. It's just one more password. It's okay.
Spend the first 20 minutes of my goddamn stream making an account on the website I've never been on. How you been? How's streaming been?
Good. I've just been doing this. I've been doing this for 2 hours. I've made rules. So yeah. So you can look if you want. So I made. I took the old original rules, which was ugly. I mean, like this is how long the original rules were. Like in little font, you see it's in 10 font.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. So this is how long it was in 10 font. So then I managed to bring it down with a very nice card detail explanation and bring it down to the same amount of pages but in 14 font.
Okay.
So
that's a bit better.
Right. So, well, no, because I explained it. I explained the game out loud as I wrote it down, so that way it makes as much sense as possible.
Okay.
I hope.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's like I'm. Fuck, you can read it later.
Yeah,
it's good.
I'll fucking.
I mean, since it's you, and I already ordered cards, so the problem is, I ordered the cards, and then I realized all the cards look different. So now I have to make them all work, or I have to repay another $40 after I fix all the cards. I'd rather just go.
What do you mean all the cards look different?
Okay, so in Starter Pack 1, the layout of the card is different than in Booster Pack 1, and Booster Pack 2 is laid out different than everyone.
Did you not give the cards a back to them that all looks the same?
No, they all have the same backing. I'm talking about title, picture, ability, cost.
Oh, like the setup of the card.
Even though they all have the same information, but the physical look of them is fucked.
So we're dealing with like generation 1, 2, and 3
right.
of what feels like 3 different games.
And they all function together. They do work. Like, I haven't added new info. Everything's the same. I've just restructured it to look prettier, so it's clearer. Like, for example, see how in the stream you can see the ability, it's all in caps right now, and it's the same size. Now I've made it regular text in 12 font, for example. And see how it says -3 points at the bottom there? Well, I fucked up and I put +3 for the cost on the new set. So I need to explain that everything inside of parentheses is cost. No, regardless of if it's a plus or a minus.
Jesus Christ.
I know. It would work. I mean, it does work, it physically. But then there's the issue of, in the very first set, there's some cards where the attack is in parentheses, and then there's others where the health is in parentheses. So I'm just going to, at this point, it's easy. There's cover, which I don't even use cover anymore. I'm going to make a rule for that to fix it. Bunkers are their own special thing that I now have to refix. It's so much easier if I just go through each card and explain how it works or doesn't work, I think, at this point.
It sounds like such a whole ass time.
It's because of how fucked it is. So I'm just going to make an errata for everything, and then I can follow the set 2 process, because it's better. I mean, the cards look better. So this is set 1, and then you saw in the layout, this is what set 2 looks like. It's much cleaner, as you can see, because I show the tag, I separate it from the name, the health is below the name, then the picture, the ability, then attack is clear, and then there's the cost in parentheses. Whereas compared to a first generation card, let me find a good classic dirty example of a really stupid one. Okay. Okay, so for this one, for example, we have this. So according to this one, the name and the tag are in the same thing.
Oh, 4 gatherers. Thank you for the follow.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Continue. Go ahead.
So take a look at this card on the stream. It went in a weird spot when I copied it, but whatever, I'll fix it. So see, compare this card to even this card, which is in the same set. So this alien is a tag. The word alien is a tag, as a group, like an archetype, dragons and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's actually but the name itself is Alien Army as a whole as well in this card.
Okay.
And then you compare it to the card the new ones, where the tag is clearly separated in between the name of the card. So it's a NASA unit, and its name is called Alien Hunter.
Oh, okay.
Whereas in this card, Alien is the tag, but the name is also Alien Army, and there's no separation at all. So I need to clarify that. And notice how in this one, there's the attack, and then in this, in some of the cards, there's an and symbol in between it, whereas in other cards, in the new one, or some of them, they have a comma in between. Commas typically indicate either or, so now I have to explain that a comma is the same as an and. So, because it's both. You're not.
So have you just
I fucked everything.
These have already been printed, or you have to redo all of these?
They've already been printed. I've ordered.
Oh boy!
I ordered a set already, and I forgot that the older version, because it's consistent in
nothing
because it's consistent in each set. Each set is consistent,
right?
But in between the sets, it's totally fucking different.
Each set looks like a completely different game from the other sets.
Right. So now I'm just gonna. I think at this point, because it's so broken, and I've already spent $40, and I don't want to re-upload all 249 images. I'm just gonna explain
Jesus.
every card because I think that's faster, and that way people can play the game with the weird cards. And hell, you know what? That makes it collectible because then you can be like, oh, here's the older cards when there was all like fucked up printing and shit, right? Like that's
Well,
the thing.
it makes it collectible if you then run another run of it
Oh,
with all
fixed.
of them fixed.
Ooh. I'll
Because
leave it
then
broken
it's
for a little while
exclusive for people who buy the first run
then. Okay.
and have the old generation of it where everything was separate and different.
Okay. Then in that case, yeah, I'm totally just gonna leave it broken for like a month.
Yeah, there you go.
I guess I just.
Give people a chance to get the collector editions.
I guess. 249 cards. This is gonna take forever.
Plus, you're gonna need that much time to fix them all.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Most of them should be okay. Like for set 2, for example, like the newest one, I don't really need to do that much time clarifying because that's how I want it to be. Like actually,
Right.
Because I have all the stats figured out. I just finished the rules for the game. It's much simpler now. But the problem is there's like rules that don't even exist that are on the cards. So I have to.
How are there rules that don't exist that are on the card? You made the cards and the rules. How did that happen?
Changed the rules to make it simpler because it was too complicated.
Oh my god.
Because the rules were broken. Because like there was a thing where like there were certain black cards that have a power based on the name and tag of the card. Just in like, and it doesn't say on the card what it does. You just have to infer what it does based on the name of the card.
How the fuck does that work?
Because every card that has a bunker, that's called a bunker, you're supposed to lay on top of your home base, and it's kind of like a shield. It like blocks you and stuff. And then a bunker, like you can only have one bunker at a
Swapping
time.
games. Heads up for stream.
What?
I was saying heads up for stream. I'm swapping games.
Oh yeah. And so essentially what it is it's like, okay, so like for example, we have oh shit, going up. Okay, so we have this advanced bunker card, right? So this one, so look how different it is, right? So the bunker card is like the bunker is the tag in this one, right? The fact that it says bunker, not the first word, which is what it's supposed to be. And then the health is at the bottom, and it's the health is not in parentheses in this one, but this health is meant to be added onto your home base, and this is supposed to take damage first. And you'll notice in this one, there's a comma separating them. Even inside of set 1, there's differences in the way I've represented cost.
Jesus Christ.
The order of points versus pop, the order in which that appears is also different. I like
Jesus
randomly.
Shit.
It's so fucked that if this thing gets collectible, it'll be like the coolest shit ever.
It'll be that. Look how he didn't know what he was doing.
Right. And actually, I think I'm gonna first lay out all the cards first. I'm gonna like, and then I can put text boxes in after. Right.
Probably a good plan.
Oh fuck! But they're so big. I gotta like.
The text boxes are so big.
The pictures. The pictures.
Oh, you could do like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon style, where the picture is up top, and then all the information's below that, separated.
No, I'm gonna do it to the side.
I mean, you don't have an artist to do like really awesome shit yet, but you know.
Dude, this is like copyright-free pictures from the internet.
Exactly. But eventually, you're gonna want to get an artist, though.
But I've decided that this is set in the 1960s, and so it's kind of that's why everything's black and white and stuff because it's like this moon landings and shit. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's gonna
like
be
the Roswell incident and stuff.
Yeah. It's kind of what it's like.
Yeah.
Because I think that it's good. I mean, because if you look at it, the picture is actually really good quality stuff. Like it's actually really good quality.
Yeah.
It's just because I can't. So right now, what I'm gonna do first is I'm just gonna lay all the cards down, and then I'll resize them to fit, and then I'll make a text box next to each one, and then. So what's nice?
And then I'll do 15 other things.
Yeah, well, because I have to get this all done in 7 days. Shit. And what sucks is that I'm trying to make it alphabetized too, so that way people can. This Word document is gonna be available, so people can like search up cards.
Oh, nice.
Because fuck no, if they're gonna like have to buy this. I'd never like. It's just like how I didn't. Although this might have been a mistake on my part, I didn't include a rule book inside the deck. But instead, I've included my YouTube channel where I'm going to post an official rule video for people to watch. Well, no, because it
Uh,
costs like $3 extra to put in a little pamphlet. I'm not going to charge people like $10 for a booster pack when I can just give it to them for free on the internet. Like, that's so
Well,
stupid.
put it in the booster pack. Put it in the original, like,
But then
starter
it's going to
kit.
be over $10. Nobody buys a $10. Like, it'd be like a
For
$15.
starter kits? Yeah, they do.
Well, my game's not worth that, so I can't. Right now, it's $8 for 36 cards. That's a pretty damn good deal.
I think the Naruto's card game, its starter pack was like $67.
What the fuck? Well, that's a popular IP, though. I am a random guy on the internet making random shit, and I've worked on this since the apartment. I mean, this is an old game, too. But see how, like, even in between, as I copy things, they're clearly different? Like, look at this card and then this card.
Yeah, they're
so fucked. Dog, calm down. I think I gotta let her outside. Shit, I'll be right back.
yeah, you're good.
Hell.
Oh, well, on my side, we're just doing our dailies on raid, doing our fighting our clan boss, all that good shit, getting some points, getting some gear, all the fun stuff.
And you know what's the cool thing about my game, though, is that it's a game where you come in. I don't know if I've told you already what the actual game, like, how it works. But, like, it's like a pre-stacked deck. So, like, you come in and, like, you already know what the order of the cards are going to come up in your deck. For everyone. Everyone does this. Because I wanted it to be unique. And
that is unique.
Right. So you can't cheat either because you come in with a pre-fucked deck. Right? Like, you can't be like, oh, this person's cheating or something. Be like, well, no, because what you'll do is you could submit a card list in order to, like, if you were in a tournament, you'd submit a list of the cards in the order that they're in beforehand. And you could keep track of the order that the cards come up.
That's going to be really hard for people, though, in the long run.
Why?
Okay, so you think about it this way: you put down your hand. The other guy puts down his hand. Your card dies. You put it off to the graveyard or wherever.
Yeah, the discard pile. Yeah.
Rinse, repeat. The whole game continues. You get to the end of the game. Now you've got to take all your cards that are dead,
yep,
and all your cards that are alive, and the cards that are on the field, and then one by one put them back in the right order.
Yep.
That's gonna add some tediousy.
Well, I wanted to make a game that was cheat-proof as well.
Oh, that's impossible.
Well, it kind of it. Well, how is it? How do you not cheat now if you can keep track of the order of cards we'll play?
There'll always be someone who figures out a way.
I think it's...
You can lie about the order of the cards that come up, or put them in a specific order, especially with how small the game is. Also, is there the ability to do mixed decks, or can you only do one type of deck?
I mean mixed decks. You can do whatever you want. Put whatever you want in the decks.
Right. So then you have, I guess, less of cheating and more of exploiting.
Oh, yeah. There's going to be hella exploits. But my point is, if both people can exploit, it's fine. I mean, for all I know, I've even made, for all I know, the game is already super fucking broken. But I don't know because I literally haven't, because the rules. I can't test it. I don't know.
I mean, you could have.
I could have, but I'm excited.
Because, what you could do is you could print it out at home.
I did.
On, just... Yeah, okay, so you have...
I have a set.
You have cards.
Of course I have a set of cards, yeah.
Okay,
and I did...
so then you could just play.
No, I did test that, yes. But my point is, in going through it, because I've changed it, I realized that the original rules don't work for my new layout, which is clear to understand. That's why I had to go change the rules to make it work. It works because it's cool. So you come in and obviously you need to throw some resource cards down first, and in order to be able to play your cards, and you can play multiple cards on your turn. There's no limit to how many cards you can play, just as long as you have the money for it. And then there's only three kinds of cards. There's attacking cards, resource cards, and instant cards, like the power cards. And I just made it to bees. Hooray. And then you so there's different stuff, there's gear where you can attach stuff to troop cards. And what's cool is that when you fight, so it's not like Magic. Like, so what you can do is if I have like 3 soldiers on my side and I want to attack one of your guys, I can have all 3 guys attack one of your guys, and then you have the opportunity to take your troop cards and kind of pile in if you want to or not. With either your troop cards or resource cards that have health on them, because some resource cards are like, I'm a civilian, I'm gonna have health on it, so you can throw your civilians into the fire to get burned up and die, to absorb damage, because everyone takes losses according to how they want to take losses.
Okay.
In this game,
so pretty much like Magic, just without trample or fly,
I guess.
Because when you get attacked in Magic, you can use any of your your defenders, any of the cards you have, to choose who stops the attacking card.
Right, because in this one, you always target a card. You don't attack just the general person.
Ooh, interesting.
Everyone's attacked. So if I lay out like a squad of troops, like I say I got like this casual mugger here off to the side. And then, the chain, like someone throws out the chain gun, I can say, okay, my chain gun isn't going to attack your mugger, like specifically. And then I could say, well, my civilian with a drill is going to come in and like help out with the defense. So he's going to add up health. So then I can lose the civilian first if I want, instead of the trooper.
I'm helping the kids. Oh, they're making a 10.
Nice.
Yesterday was Alcinder's birthday. He turned 4.
Cool.
That boy, I love him so much. You know what he wanted to do for his birthday?
What?
Just watch Clone Wars.
Nice.
That's all he did all day. He watched Clone Wars and then Wreck-It Ralph and then went to bed.
That's pretty badass, actually. I like that.
I was like, what do you want to do? And he was like, I want to watch something. I was like, okay. So I pulled up Disney Plus for him and was like, what do you want to watch? Do you want to watch Disney, Marvel, Star Wars? He goes, Star Wars. I was like, okay. You want to watch Clone Wars or one of the movies? And he goes, Clone Wars. I was like, okay. Pull up Clone Wars. And he sat there and watched fucking like the whole first season. I was like, all right. And then he was like, I want to watch Wreck-It Ralph. And I'm like, okay. Fuck, okay. Let me swap it. And then he just like went to bed. He was like, all right, day's done. Good birthday. We bought him a big old Spinosaurus with a bunch of little dinosaurs because he fucking loves dinosaurs. So he was super excited. Yeah. Dude, my kids are getting old.
Oh, yeah?
I have a 4 and a 6-year-old. That makes me feel so old.
Jesus.
Fucking.
And I got nothing.
Right. Oh, I got a 4, 6, and a fucking 2-year-old.
Nice.
And Nori's gonna be 3. Yeah.
Jesus, you're fuck.
Yeah.
You're old. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, my fucking kids are old. I'm old, and it's so weird because it's like Kieran starts school this year, like properly. She's going to 1st grade, and like I'm like that's what every parent from so far that is every parent I've ever talked to has been like, yeah, it goes really fast once they get in school. Because once they're in school, you don't see them for a majority of the day.
Right.
Because like when they're little. Oop! I'm knocking my door. That's gonna be a bad boy. What's up, Ellie? Noria, no biting. Baby's biting the boy.
Oh. Yeah.
She's in her terrible too, so she tries to play bite, but she ends up not controlling her jaw, so she bites too hard. Yes, I'm playing Raid Shadow Legends. Don't roll your eyes at me, it's a better game. It's a good game. It's well done. I'm currently grinding out for gear.
Yeah, there's really good imagery I noticed in stick figure stuff that's royalty free. Like this bad
Yeah.
publicity card, I fucking love it.
Well, stick figures were all over the place for a long time.
Because like I feel like it also gives kind of a Portal vibe too.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
very early internet vibe.
Yeah.
Like stickmen.com.
Yeah.
Great. That website was great. Fucking.
Also because
No,
can't draw. Also because I can't draw. So.
I
But I'm good
do what you do.
But I'm good at making good games. So.
Yeah, no, I'm playing Raid Shadow Legends. I have 2 accounts now.
Of course.
I have my main and my backup. My backup is doing way better than my main, because that's always how it happens. Because, you know, your main is the one that you start out on, and you're like, oh, okay, I think I get the hang of this, and then your backup is by the time you start making it, you actually know how everything works.
Right.
And so my backup, I went with the Orc as my champion, and ended up getting really good pulls. I've got 3 legendaries on that one, or 2 legendaries, because I've got the Orc. I have one of the Orc women called Witch Hand, who she only has 3 abilities, but they're really good. She essentially gets a standard attack. She has a buff for everyone, and then an attack that calls in all the other people in the team to get a free attack. And that one alone is super fucking broken. And the buff one will heal other members of your team. And then I gave her life leech, so she gets health back based off of how much damage she does.
Right.
So her standard attack and when she calls other people in helps her keep her health up and stay in the fight for a long time.
Sure.
It's a really good team. That one's working way better than... I also kept Ninja on that one because I wanted to test him out, and yeah, he's broken. He's uber broken. He's got fire damage, he's got ice damage, he's got 3-hit combo fire damage that can... I gave him some gear that makes it to where he reduces the max health of the enemy he hits by 40% of the damage done. And because he hits for like 10 grand, you're constantly removing fucking like 4,000 health from the max health of your enemies.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's decimatingly brutal. So on my main account where I got rid of him, I'm trying to bring it back up to the level of where my other account is. Because on this one, I kind of got my ADHD kicked in too much. Because I got a really good pull, and I pulled my Dwarven Legendary, who is she's a healer and she can revive and she applies buffs. She does have an attack, but it's really shit. And so originally I was just building a dwarf team. But then I pulled a epic human from the Bannerlords. And so I started working on them. And then I pulled a legendary Lizardman, started working on them. And then I pulled a legendary another Bannerlord guy. And so my attention kept getting shifted on, oh, well, I should go make a team for this guy. And I should go make a team for this guy. And I should go make a team for this guy. So I wasted so much time and energy, in-game energy, on trying to build everyone their own team.
Right.
So now I'm coming back to it, and I've stored a bunch of characters, and I'm currently working on trying to make a specific demon team, if possible, where I've got a specific demon that I'm working on, who I've run her with poison, because you can give them... One of the things I really like about Raid Shadow Legends is the gear. The gear can do a fuck ton of different shit. Like, just a fuck ton. For example, we have life gear, offensive gear, defensive gear, critical rate, resistance, retaliation, reflect, curse, taunting. Most of those sound pretty basic, and they are. Yeah. Life increases how much life you have, offense how much offense, defense, so on and so forth. Retaliation gives you a 35% chance to counterattack whenever you're hit. Reflect is a 40. Oop, there it goes. Is a 40% chance to reduce random skill cooldown. Curse, 75% chance to place a 50% heal reduction debuff. And Taunting, 30% chance to place Provoke debuff, which essentially just tricks the enemy into attacking you, which is something I like because their version of Taunt, you don't take any damage if you provoke the enemy.
Cool.
So instead of it being, oh, I'm taunting, now you have to beat me up, it's, I taunted you and you can't hurt me. Because essentially you're like, not paying attention. Then we have Accuracy, Speed, Lifesteal, Destroy, which is the decrease max HP by 40% of damage dealt. Toxic, which is 75% chance to place a 2.5% poison debuff, which is fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
Frost, 20% chance to place a freeze debuff on the attacker. Daze, 25% chance to place a sleep debuff. Avenging, 45% chance to counterattack when hit with a critical hit. Stalwart, minus 30% damage taken from AoE attacks, which is really good for if you're fighting bosses, because almost all the bosses, most of their attacks are AoE attacks. So you can build the team specifically to fight bosses.
Yeah.
And then we have Fury, damage increases as HP decreases. Curing, plus 20% healing bonus. Immunity, it gives you immunity for 2 turns. I don't know what immunity does. I haven't tried it yet. Shield, plus 30% HP ally shield for 3 turns. Crit damage, increases your crit damage by 20%. Frenzy, plus 10% turn meter for every 5% of HP loss. Regeneration, which is one of my favorites, heals by 15% every turn. 15% of your max HP every turn.
Nice.
And then Stun, 18% chance to place a stun debuff. And Savage, which is ignores 25% of the enemy's defense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And, that's just the ones you can get in the actual, dungeons. But there are other ones. You can get some special ones, specifically from fucking, opening gear or, doing well in raids and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're really fucking good. I have the Divine Offense, Divine Critical Rate, Divine Life, Divine Speed. Pretty much all the Divines are heal and gain an extra buff. So, Divine Speed is plus 12% speed and 15 HP shield for 3 turns. Divine Life is 15 plus 15% HP and 15% shield each turn. So it's that kind of stuff. But yeah, so that gear gives you such a ridiculous amount of. Oh hey, M. Simmons, good to see you.
Yeah, M. Simmons has been here. Yeah.
I just turned and looked. He's in my chat.
Oh, you're going to the dentist.
Oof. Sorry.
Fuck. Fucking hate that dentist guy.
Same. Dentist sucks. My daughter went and she had no problems. I'm like, well, good for you. I'm glad you had a positive experience as a kid. Her dentist was nice, so. But so yeah, so my Diabloist, which is my demon that I'm currently working on, I gave her a toxic set and an offense set, so she got the 75% chance to place the poison, and attack goes up by 15%. Huh. And that works really well because her standard attack already has a 10% chance of placing a sleep debuff on enemies, and her attack all enemies gives a 30% increased speed buff to all allies. And then she passively, or she every 5 turns can use an ability that increases ally turn meter by 15%. And then if I get her ascended, it will also decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 15%. So yeah, I'm working on just slowly but surely building a team that's more functional on this one.
Nice.
Cause yeah, and like one of the most common ones that I see a lot, which is again one of the things I really like, is the Marauder being used in late game. And the Marauder is literally the bully. He is the tier 1 starting lowest common drop for the Barbarian faction. He has one ability: attack one enemy.
Wow.
That is his only ability, and yet he is used a lot in raid and in a bunch of different, like in arena and a bunch of different stuff. Because sometimes a simple character can be really useful if you just give him good shit. Like you take, like he's really good because he's got high health and high defense. Not the highest of health and not the highest of defense, but he's got decent of both. Right. So you just stack him with stuff that increases his defense, increases his HP, and then fucking just give him something that, you know, like does poison damage or like freeze. The freeze ability freezes someone for a turn. So it's essentially a stun that removes them from the game for a turn. And they have to wait till they thaw out. Which is really good, because they can still be affected by all the other debuffs in the game.
I'm on the peas.
Ramble.
It's okay. I just got to the peas.
Nice.
So I love the artwork on the royalty-free stuff. It's so good.
Yeah.
Like actually, like this outrage card. I fucking love this outrage card. There's all these people screaming at a desk. Or like the guy looking at stats, because he can, like, you know, with the words, you can make good context with it. Like,
right.
You can make it mean stuff that it's not. Like there was one where there was I think the most converted card I ever did was one where there's like a person like giving like food to homeless people, and I decided to call it what did I call it? Limited rations, and so now it looks like they're just starving people.
Instead of helping people.
Right. Instead of helping people rebuild, it's like, oh, here's your starving shit. Or like I took like a you know, some inconspicuous thing about like a police dog or whatever, and then it's like, ooh, send the hounds, and it's more sinister, and
oof.
It's pretty rough. This is a pretty dark game, actually. It's pretty, and there's like this weird stupid mechanic where there's gear. Oh, this is the worst card I ever made.
Oh, reading M. Simmons, he said he's going in for his upper right molar, which lost the filling, which was a fourth of the tooth. That is gonna suck. That's not gonna be fun. You got it though. I believe in you, big guy.
Okay.
Hopefully the numbing medicine works. Because fuck going to the dentist. God, I hate that shit so much. Anyways, yeah, so how long you've been working on this since the apartment?
Yeah. How do you think I got 249 cards? Each unique. Like naming
hyperfixation.
The naming alone took forever to make sure I have no duplicate names, because they're all based on real world stuff. It's like, okay, I have like 10 guys of people holding M16s. What the fuck am I gonna call this shit? Like
Alpha Team?
No, okay, yeah, but like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, this one's great.
It's Charlie Team, Delta Team.
Yeah, but well, yeah, but it's gonna be fun, you know. But like this one, I love this picture, for example, where it's like a person giving a piggyback ride to a kid, and then now it's just saving others, where you're just pulling wounded people out of out of danger.
Yeah, see,
it's like there's like good stuff. This is a terrorist picture. If you type in terrorist and stick figure, you get that stuff.
That's ironic.
Oh, this one is a person who is sleepy getting up out of bed, but I just made it shame.
Shame.
Yeah.
You just your whole
fuck.
faction feels shame.
I forgot about target lock. That's not a thing anymore. Oh god, I gotta make shit up now. Oh wait, no, target lock's the name of a card. Oh wait, never mind, I'm stupid. What the fuck does target lock do anyway? Oh, it lets you ignore cover. Well, cover's not in the game.
Oh my god.
I fucking love how fucking broken this game is right now. It's really good. So yeah, in the first booster pack set, there's 174 cards, and in the second booster pack set, there's 84 cards. To, like pull from.
Nice.
Because I'm running out of stick figures with guns on them. So
Jesus.
there's only so many cards I can even make, I think. Like the next set will probably be even less. Or like out of context fighting cards. Probably. Like I made different archetypes too so I could use more variety. Like I got like ninjas and stuff in this game, and I've got like ancient, like kind of Greek style like swordsmen and stuff. Just all kinds of weird shit. Even though it's set in the 60s, you know. It's okay. I love my SWAT archetype. I love my SWAT archetype.
Time travel?
Well, the aliens, you know, they can bring over whatever they want because aliens like can possess people, so they could be like mind control.
I'm sorry, the aliens can possess people?
Yeah. There's like mind control and shit.
What the fuck?
It's really cool. I tell you, it's a cool fucking game. There's like cool shit.
All right.
Yeah, there's mind control.
Yeah, a bunch of shit going on.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you should get to play this. It's good. Oh, there's combiner cards too for vehicles. I was gonna make. Oh, I need to do more vehicles. That's what I need to do. I need to make like a specific vehicle pack because there's like ones where you can stick two cards together and then like they're super strong. But then when I look at the combiner cards, I realize that they're actually like the tank is less strong than like other stuff. Like
Jesus,
there's problems with balance too. But like there's one really cool one where like we have a Jeep which can. I mean, look at these cards. Like it looks so cool. Some of them you can do. I love They Have Planes. What a great one. Where you just destroy anything with a UFO tag. Just up front. It costs 3 points. It's fine. Oh, and this one is amazing. This is so OP. I might have to ban this card actually. It's called Think About It, and it's where you just cut your opponent's side deck once. you cut their not their main deck, their side deck. Because there's a side deck of like cards that you want to use like right away. That you know what I mean. So like you're required to have like a big deck, but then there's cards like maybe you want like an instant bomb, or, you know, something quick. You have a little side deck for that. So then that one is saying, oh, you can cut their side deck in half.
Jesus Christ.
To fuck with it. It's a trading card. What? I mean, you know, Magic has all kinds of random bullshit that makes things unfair and stuff. I mean, you know, and like you.
So why don't you make a card that's just shuffle the deck, shuffle your opponent's deck?
Because that is fucked up. I think there is a card like that though, where you can cut the main deck a couple times. When I go through and do my notes, I'll probably find it, and I might just have to change it.
Fucking great.
I love the imagery on some of this shit. Like, we can use them. I fucking love that card. Just for the art. Like, look at that. Like, it's so dark and depressing, this game. Because I made sure everything was black and white. So that way everything looks sadder.
There's a part of my brain where when I see black and white stuff, I just see safety manuals.
Oh.
It, like, working in too many places where safety manuals were stick figures.
Oh yeah, my zombie archetype. I love the zombie archetype too. That's a great one.
How the fuck do zombies work?
With aliens? Oh, well, that's cool. So there's just zombies, and then there's like cards that like boost zombies, so that way zombies are stronger and stuff. And then there's like stuff where you can instantly kill a zombie in your opponent's area for free. It's just a free kill a zombie card, which is actually really necessary because zombies are kind of OP right now. I think they're the strongest.
Why are zombies OP?
I think they're the strongest archetype besides aliens. Well, because
shouldn't zombies be like weak, and it's just about how many cards you can get out?
Yeah, but when there's a card limit, you gotta kind of compensate.
Why is there a card limit?
To the max amount of cards you can have in a deck. Should there not be?
No, I mean out on the field.
Oh no, there's no limit on how much you can put on the field.
Yeah, so that should be just the gimmick of the... Because that's like how goblins work in Magic, is you have a limit on how many cards you can have in a deck, but they're low-cost quick cards that you can throw out a ton of them, and then you just overwhelm the field with tons of goblins.
Oh, Zombie Onslaught is a good one. While this card is in play in the instant area, all zombies have +2 health when attacking in groups of 2 or more.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that is a good one.
yeah, there's all kinds of good shit. Well, because the zombies have some of the coolest powers and stuff. Because, like, I think I made a card that's too good also. It's called the Zombie Hound Dog. And it says, well, this card is on the table. All zombies gain 1 health just straight up. Like, not even, like, having to attack and stuff. And, like, I made a zombie guy and zombie girl one where they just both increase their attack values when they're both on the table. And then there's, like...
What you do is you just lower the base health of zombies so that they have like 1 health to begin with, so they're really easy to kill.
Most zombies,
and then you have a bunch of cards that buff them.
Yeah, well, like the sprinting zombie, this card may attack a single target twice, but will receive double damage if it gets targeted.
Yeah.
By the opponent.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about fucking balancing that fucking offense and defense.
All right, so after 123 word pages, we finally laid out all the cards.
There you go.
The aliens are really OP too, though. I'm kind of on purpose, because there's one alien army that has a +2 attack, but it attacks 3 times. They have a free trooper alien. There's a free alien they can lay down that can attack. They have a look at your opponent's hand.
Jesus.
They have body snatch where you can deploy onto the table, and when you deploy it, you spend your opponent's resources to play it.
Okay.
And then
that's cheating.
Yep. And then there's another alien one called Alien Evolution, where you destroy one of your opponent's resource cards just outright, which contains like health, and then you can freely play one of your resource cards from your hand, which also contains a health stat.
Jesus.
Yep. And there's good shit. The alien UFOs have like +8 attack. They're like insanely strong and stuff, like 7 health. And with the way fighting is, like, that's really high. Oh, I like the alien hallucination one where it makes it so that way the NASA and CIA abilities don't work. There's an alien combination card where... wait, where the fuck did the other combination card go? Wait a minute. Alien left? Where's alien right? Do I have alien right? Alien left? Oh, alien right's there. Okay. Yeah. Mind-controlled alien mythology. God, I love the alien shit, too. They're so OP. All alien cards gain +1 health. Yep, that's good. An alien that attacks twice. Alien scouts being stronger. Alien gear tech. So good. I love it. All right, now for the wonderful part of clarifying everything. I should lay out like a format for the Xbox. Probably.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Alright, sorry for the delay. Ooh.
Okay, so now I'm trying to make a little format for how I'm going to do the clarification. And I don't know... It's a good format. Name, type, ability, cost. That's okay.
How are you going to fit that on the card?
No, this is in the writing thing. In the errata, the FAQ, remember? Remember, I just made an entire... I just copied and pasted all 249 cards.
And then you're going to explain each and every card?
Yep.
This seems like a harder way than just fixing the cards.
Because fixing the cards is hard. It means I have to first unpublish all my games that I just got. Second, I need to so what I need to do is take a new image, I need to take a new so first I need to take a new screen capture, and then I need to take the picture of the image and put it into a new card layout. And then I mean, if you watch the previous stream, like on mute or something, you can see how you know, you can see how I go through the process of making the card. It takes like 10 minutes per card. It's like a lot. It's not fun.
Well, you don't have to remake the card in the sense of like starting from scratch. You can edit the cards that you have currently.
But then I have to recut it. Okay, maybe it'd take 8 minutes per card. Then I can just use. Because like if you like, the way it works is I take it step one, right? There's like an actual assembly line process for making cards, because we're gonna be a damn business. Step one, I steal an image that's free, that's copyright free, and I save it into a folder of all my pictures. Okay. Then I take all of those and put them into a card template where I can put them into the correctly sized boxes. And then inside of there, I can add in the title. I edit it there. Then I have to take a picture of that. I have to snip that one and then put it into my editing software. Then the editing software has a template for what the game crafter wants to make sure it's sized correctly. Then I save that as a PNG, and I have to have all of those PNGs in a separate folder. Then I take everything in that folder, and I need to upload them all individually onto the game crafter. Then I have to proof everything on the game crafter before it can be like good to go to publish.
Yes.
And then I have to do that for every single card.
And you have the template from your third version, right?
I mean, it's not like a literal template. I just type it out. Like,
you didn't save a template?
Well, what do you mean? Like the template is the card. Here, let me.
Because if you have a certain style of how you set up the cards, then you should have made a template to place in new cards and just slot them in.
Well, yeah, like, I mean, I have this. Them all laid out in like a sheet, and I have like extra blanks stuff. See? I know the stream's delayed, but...
Oh. Okay, so... I see your problem.
Yeah.
Your problem is you didn't make a template.
I have a template in my head of how I want it laid out.
Your cards vary too much.
Yes, that's why we're doing the FAQ.
Because what you need to do is have a uniform size for all the images.
Well, see that.
And then a uniform section for all of the words.
See, I would have wanted to do that, but the images don't all fit right, so you have to finagle it, make them work. I try and keep it similar sizes, but it's rough. I mean, this newest form, it's cool. I made this picture blurry for the unknown object. But yeah, it like for the ones where there's no text, it's fairly uniform. But it's just the ones with words. And here's the other thing: is that the ones with words, they're all different. Like the font changes. Like it's such a mess. I mean, it's all in Times New Roman, but like
is the font changed?
Not the font. I'm sorry, not the font. The size of the font.
Why did the size change?
Because I realized I could fit more words if they're in Times New Roman 12 instead of 14.
Okay, but if you're gonna do that, then you need a base setup of size of image, size of text.
But each image cut is
and then just
sizes,
limit yourself to how much a card can do.
No, but like look at the image sizes though. They're different size. Like the blocks are different.
So shrink the
but image. The image gets too small.
What?
Then the image is too small. Like you can't see it.
You don't have to shrink it so much that it's unseeable.
Well, yeah, I already fuck with it so that way it works. But like this one, for example, this sideways one, like if I make it too small, like you're not gonna see it. Like there's only limits of how big it can go. So you gotta just do what you can. Like this guy, he's tiny because I had to do a big explanation.
You shrank it, the sideways one? That one didn't. It wasn't that you couldn't see it. Like again. Yeah, you have some that are already super tiny because you're trying to fit all the text in.
Yeah, because there's a lot of text.
But you don't need that much text on a card.
Well, maybe
If you limit how much the one card does, you can then have more cards. You can even have cards with the same image that are two parts of the same card.
See, what I'm gonna do eventually is I'm just gonna reverse the images, so I can make like double my set. Everyone that's like not like this one of like new contact. I'm literally going to not that. How do you do it? Flip it. There's a way to flip card images.
Yeah, the mirror mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna mirror them eventually, so I can double my production. But it works. I mean, look, it works, and I'll have a fully embedded thing.
My only, because I'm like, because I'm trying to save you long term like process issues.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. You know, I'm open to change.
Because yeah, if you can get the size of the picture and the size of the text down to like literally, if you need to do again like Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Pokemon, where there's just a line across.
No, but I'm trying to be different.
And you have the picture on top, but it doesn't look any different like this, except for the fact that it looks more of a mess. The reason that's the standard for most card games is because that is a very clean and easy way to read those cards.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's why a lot of like, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Magic all have the little symbols up in the top of how much it costs.
Right.
Where instead of saying 3 points on it, it has 3 suns or 3 trees or 3 lightning bolts, because it makes it quick and readily identifiable. You should be able to pull a card and know exactly what that card does from looking at it without having to read it. Because like, okay, so have you played Magic?
Yes, I have a.
What is the worst part of Magic?
Oh, there's too many fucking cards. Like
the worst part, not the worst card of Magic. What is the worst part of Magic?
Oh, well, for me, like mechanically, the worst part is not knowing what all the cards do. That's what part is for me. The worst part is when someone pulls a card and you have to sit there and read it for 20 minutes.
And then debate about what the fuck that card means.
Well, because see, I tried to make it very clear in the text that so there's not that misinterpretation issue.
But then they have to still read so much text on each card.
But if I make it too abstract, then there'll be confusion anyway.
Don't make it abstract, just make it less things that card does. Just lessen that one card's power. So, like, for instance, give me your longest red card.
Oh, fuck. Okay, that's hard to know, because I've changed the size of the font. Maybe this one, destroy one of your opponent's resource cards, which contain health, and freely play a resource card of your choice from your hand, which also contains health.
Jesus shit.
I mean, I think that's about as small as we can make it, though.
So instead, no. So instead, just do destroy one, you make a symbol for resource, just a general resource image, right?
Just blue.
It could be like a small stack of fucking bricks or something.
No, it's just the color.
Destroy
blue.
One, or there you go. Destroy one blue, gain one blue.
Well, but
remove the life part of it. Because the life part of it is adding so much extra text to it that it's making the size of the character so tiny, and there's so much reading to do. And for someone starting your game, they're going to go, wait, what? Okay, so I can only destroy your shit if it has life? Well, which one has life? And then they have to go and reread all the other cards.
The ones with the health indicator. That has health. If it has health.
Well, then you can do life replace life with, what is that, a green block?
No, health is an abstract concept, which is denoted by an H.
That's a problem.
Everything with health has an H.
But everything needs to be quantifiable and easily identifiable. Because you want it to be quick and easy to read. Because what you don't want is you don't want two people to sit down to play your card game and it take them 3 hours to play one game.
Well, I tried to make it simple. That's why I even redid my rules entirely to make sure it's as simple. I mean, do you want to read the rule? Like, it's only 2 pages now. Like, I very clearly laid it out how it should be for the regular card breakdown, and this is the format of the template I want to use, like, and stuff. Like in a perfect world, everything's laid out like this. Now text changes, that, like, when I go through to make it.
To do it like that.
Right.
And then just, again, make imagery. You have to remember that a picture will make things more clear than spelling out a bunch of words. So even using shorthands like attack, destroy one resource, and using a blue block in parentheses for resource instead of spelling out the word resource is going to save you a ton of space.
That's true.
And so if you make just a symbol for life, right, even if it's just like a cross, like a green cross,
I might, yeah.
Why not for an enemy with life, or a red cross, either way. But, enemy with life, you can also get a character with life. That kind of shorthand makes it to where someone can read it and go, that's what they're talking about, quick, done, got it.
Okay.
Because they're going to read that little destroy blue block with or with red cross, gain blue block with green cross. See? So it's just dumbing down the card so it can be read quickly and efficiently. It's like flashcards when you were a kid and you were learning, cat. The word cat is small in comparison to the huge picture of a fucking cat. Because our brains work faster off of imagery.
Oh, fuck.
So just little stuff like that.
Oh, fuck.
And then it will help you...
The cards. I can't just redo all the... I don't even know if I have the templates for the original cards. I think I do somewhere, but... Fuck, where is it?
That will help you with sizing the image. It'll help you with sizing the text. And it will help you get into this template that you want to do for, 3.
For set 3, yeah.
Yeah, and
now,
even...
set 3 is going to look different from set 1 and set 2. And the
well, then you just redo set 1 and set 2 and set 3. You redo all of them, because, again, you're going to leave the ones that are currently up for sale.
Which is set 1.
You redo all of them.
No, but I already have...
as the new unified.
You don't understand. I already have the starter packs and set 1 and set 2 up for sale.
Right. You leave those up for sale, and then you just redo all the cards, and then you resell them all with the new and improved UI.
Okay.
The new and improved style.
Okay.
For ease of use. And then...
like an ease of use expansion.
It's just update.
I know.
Imagery update, new look. Games do that all the time. Monopoly's re-released itself God knows how many times.
I know.
With stuff that is just basic relook.
Yeah.
Like, if you... The base Monopoly game has changed its look and the, images on all the game a ton. Multiple times.
Oh, God.
You just re-release it, and so it's like, oh, hey, yeah, 2 people can play that same card that has life and, supplies or resource, and they both play the card, and one guy's got the original version back from the very first launch before everything was streamlined, and the other guy's got, the version 6 where you have it all as images because people, your game's popular enough to where people know what all the images are.
You know what? Because of that, I'm now just going to go ahead and keep making the FAQ, because now it sounds like I should have all the old shit cards as they are left around.
Well, you already do. You already had them up for sale.
No, they're not up for sale for another 7 days.
Right, but they're already out.
Yeah. Like,
they're going to be up for sale.
Yeah, they're going to be up for sale in 7 days. I could cancel it. I mean, I could not do it.
Well, no, I'm saying just now work on redoing the cards so that they're all easier to read and everything.
Yes. I need to find the original. Because here's the thing. What if I don't have the original template? Then I gotta redo from scratch everything. Instead of editing it.
That's part of making something.
Oh, fuck.
Because I'm not gonna lie, man, I've made a lot of Empire War mods where I have messed with something and then gone, I don't like how that is. And then I go back and realize... I forgot how that fucking file was set up. I don't remember the exact numbers, and now I've got to completely restart.
Alright, I have some of the cards. Some of them. Uh,
I mean, you said you had to snapshot most of them, right?
yeah, I snipped them. Yeah, I love the snipping
Right.
tool. I fucking love the snipping.
I know. I've been using it a lot too.
It's so fucking strong. I don't know, like that is OP. I don't know why no one hasn't patched that out of Windows yet.
It's okay. It's perfect. Doesn't need to be. It needs to stay there forever. Oh. I got sharp pain in my fucking side. But yeah, no, yeah, fun stuff, just ease of use, making sure it's all beautiful and works perfect and all that good shit. Yeah. I actually later today I'm going to be doing some Empire War modding.
Good.
Because I've been playing 2.9 for Awakening of the Rebellion, which is really well done. But as it turns out, if you can get the pirates, the Black Suns, pretty much any sort of bankroll, if you can pretty much get them any kind of I'm making money, you can fuck the other two factions easy. Because their ships are so diverse, because, they've essentially got hodgepodge ships. I literally took out a level 3 Imperial space station with a defending fleet with nothing but pirate interceptors, 2 weak-way ships, and a fucking 4 I think they're called oh fuck, what are they called? They're the brown bulk cruisers. But essentially it worked because the pirate interceptors have decent anti-fighter guns on them. And then they've got missiles, which ignore shields. But they're close-range missiles. The weak-way ships are all anti-fighters. They're screener ships, so they're all anti-fighter. And then the brown bulk cruisers have a heavy particle beam that they shoot that fucking just targets the hardpoint's health directly and ignores shields. And so I just flew this fat-ass fleet of small ships in and bullied and destroyed an entire Venator, destroyed multiple Acclamators, Arquintons, destroyed the entire Imperial fleet, and then massacred their base. And all I lost was 2 pirate frigates. Those pirate frigates cost me like 400 credits. The bulk cruisers were the most expensive at like 900.
Fuck.
That space station cost them like 30 grand.
Damn, dude, that's crazy.
Like, the pirates are really good if you just use the mix of their ships. So what I'm going to be doing later today is, because I've noticed one of the big issues is for the Empire and the Rebellion, the pirates get more bang for their buck. Like, that whole fleet, so they increased the fleet cap of how much can be on the field at one time to 200. But now, like, ships cost, like, 60 or 50 or whatever. But those little fucking ships, the pirate interceptors, cost 6.
Right.
So you're able to have fucking, like, 15 of them on the field. Plus other ships.
Okay.
So you've got this little swarm of these fucking pirate interceptors that ignore shields and can take out enemy fighters. And so you can just bully Star Destroyers down. Where, playing as the Empire or playing as the Rebellion, a fighter squad, costs 2 or 3. And so you've got, like, as the Empire, you've got a Star Destroyer, which costs, like, I believe a Star Destroyer is 90. And then you've got an Acclamator, which is a 50. And so there's most of your fucking fleet. And then a bulk cruiser that's like 30. Or a bulk freighter. And then, like, that's most of your fleet. So the Empire and the Rebellion just can't field as many ships in fights to deal with the pirates who have all these really cheap, overwhelming mass of ships. And so what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to be trying to increase the Imperial fleet cap and the Rebellion's fleet cap and see if that can balance it out.
Hmm.
Because I'm hoping by giving the Rebellion and the Empire more ships that can be on the field, it'll also give them more diversity. Because like something that I've seen a lot, both from Rebel players and Rebel AI, is the Rebellion just kind of starts defaulting to fighter runs, and they stop bringing ships. Like, they stop bringing, like, proper capital ships or frigates. They just start going, well, I'm just gonna run, you know, fucking 58 fucking squads of X-Wings and, you know, 25 squads of Y-Wings and just smash the shit out of a fleet. Because unless you have really good fighter defense, you're not going to stop them. Which, again, for the Empire, means the Empire gets bullied out of existence because the Empire doesn't have that great of anti-fighter ships.
Right.
And it can't field enough of them with a big ship to be a credible threat. Where the pirates, almost all of their small ships are also anti-fighter, and their big ships come with fighter complements. So that same tactic doesn't work against the Black Suns, even though it works against the Empire. Right. And so the Empire's pretty much just getting their shit kicked in because all their shit is really expensive and not diverse. Which is ridiculous, because the point of the Empire is supposed to be that their ships are kind of broad stroke, decent at everything, but masters of none.
Right.
And so, like, the idea that the Empire can't bring it in because all their ships cost so much doesn't work. So what I'm going to try and do is increase the Empire, increase the Rebellion. Hopefully the AI of the Rebellion figures it out and starts bringing bigger ships to the fights. I'm not going to be increasing the Black Suns limit because I think they're fine how they are. I don't think they need any more help. And I'm hoping it will encourage the Empire to use a more diverse fleet instead of doubling down on, you know, Star Destroyers. Because if they double down on Star Destroyers, then it's more of an issue with the AI. Yes, Ninja Girl? Oh, I'm gonna grab my daughter's snack real quick.
Sure.
Okay. I've never felt so old in my life. I went to the store and you know what I grabbed?
What?
Werther's Original.
What?
The caramel hard candies.
Oh.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Give him some chips. They already had breakfast, and I don't want to give them lunch so soon. They're all growing, they just want to eat.
Oh, I love how the location of health on some of the cards is also in the wrong spot.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah. I'm still going to make this errata, but then I'll look for some. Tell you what, if you'd like to be a participant, and I can put you in the credits for when I make the official announcement video on YouTube. If you'd like to make some cool symbols for me, I can give you a list of everything that actually needs a symbol.
Sure. I'll see what I can do.
I don't know what, I'll keep it simple. Okay, I'll just send it to you in Discord.
Yeah, you can just send me a list of them, and I'll see what I can make, and I'll send shit to you.
I don't know what.
I don't mind fucking around in paint.
I'm gonna send a bunch at once because I can't like tab or make another.
But yeah, so fucking no, I'm gonna do some modding, because I'm hoping it's not just the AI. Like, ironically, do you know who has been the biggest struggle for me in 2.9?
What?
The Hapes.
Hmm.
The Hapes cluster, which is pretty much their own like independent system, but they have their own like advanced technology, and so they've got like battle dragons. They've got their own fucking like specialty fighters and frigates and shit. Those motherfuckers are aggressive now. Holy shit! I lost Trandosha to those motherfuckers. They rolled up on me with a huge ass fleet, mopped me out of this fucking sky, and then fucking hit the ground force where I had a full complement of soldiers and tanks and shit. Didn't matter. Wiped them out. Like they were nothing. I was like, Jesus Christ. So, yeah, that's been a whole ass fucking time. Worrying about the Hapes taking over. It's been fun. I've also been doing a XCOM one soldier only run. That one's been going pretty good. I am pissed though. The last run I just did of it, I got screwed. So I'm using the RPGO mod, and one of the random traits that he got makes it to where my guy only gets one shot with his weapon. No matter what weapon he's using, he only has one ammunition in it at any one time. And it sucks.
Damn, that sucks.
Because it means, even though I ended up giving him a different perk, which is called Rook, which makes it to where his first 3 attacks don't cost an action, he shoots and then has to use an action to reload, shoots again, and then uses a second action to reload, and his turn is over. So even though he should have been able to do more than that, you know, he should have been able to shoot 3 times before even using an action. And I went on a mission where I was supposed to escort a VIP, and the fucking VIP, I had him in full cover, he was fine, and I ran my main guy, and I was taking out different units, and there was an advent sniper that I didn't see, and so I went to move the VIP to the extraction zone, and he fucking crit for 10 damage on this poor VIP that only had 4 health, and just immediately killed him. I was like, well, shit. So I fucking try and escape with my main character after, you know, watching the VIP get blasted. The poor VIP is like maybe 6 feet from the extraction point, too. It's not like he was far. Like, he literally was in blue movement of the fucking extraction point. But that one fucking sniper that was hiding up in a fucking little corner that I didn't see, just bah! And I was like, God damn it. So, that's the hardest part, is those fucking missions where it's escorting. Because normally, you know, you got the full squad of like 6 people, so you can move around and have certain guys cover certain spots. Doing that with one guy is fucking impossible. It's so hard. Especially because the AI likes to be a dick and be like, I'm going to specifically hunt this guy.
That seems fucked up, you know? Like that,
huh?
That doesn't seem... That's kind of rude, you know? Going after specific people, like, I don't know.
They do. Well, that was the whole gimmick for War of the Chosen, and XCOM 2 in general, but especially War of the Chosen, was this idea of, like, you are playing for each battle, but the AI is playing for the war. And so, like, you would go into missions, like, you have retaliation missions where the aliens attack your bases, and the fucking aliens will ignore your troops to kill the civilians. Because if they kill enough civilians, you lose the sector. So, like, even though you're in the middle of a fucking fight where your soldiers are on the ground, the AI will ignore you and start fucking massacring the NPCs.
Right.
And you're like, you son of a bitch! But it works, because it makes, you know, it makes the AI feel more of a credible threat. Because they're not just, oh, there's my enemy, I'm gonna focus on them, you know, ignore my original objective. Nah, man, they're gonna do what they were meant to do. One way or another. Shit.
All right, that's everything. That you need to know.
What?
I'm done.
For Jesus, for that one card?
No, for everything, for all cards, because you're gonna make universal symbols. So that's everything you need to know about the mechanics that exist.
There you go.
I say you a list of all the card components of each piece of card, which I'm doing right now, which is the name, type, health, ability, attack, and cost. Those are all the possible elements. Not all cards have all elements, but those are like all the possible elements that could be on a card that I need a symbol for. And then there's the type of card is typically indicated by the bordering color of it being red, black, or blue. I probably don't need a symbol for that unless it's necessary to make a symbol that indicates what type of card it is on the card, even though the color of the card itself should indicate it.
Like the color of the card should be fine.
I'm hoping that's enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be enough to just have the color.
Oh wait, should I make a what about tags? Fuck, I forgot about tags. Maybe I should make a tag thing.
Make a tag symbol. So aliens can just be the alien head, zombies can be zombie heads, that kind of stuff.
I need a SWAT head, modern head. CIA,
so it's just a little, yeah.
Okay.
Just a little symbol so that it's quick and easy.
And bunkers for their own thing. I'm glad that I'm just so glad that I'm actually fixing it. It's funny how this is the first time I've ever actually mentioned this. And I probably should have mentioned it a lot sooner before I made all these cards. You know, like I've been working on this for a year and I've never mentioned this at all, that I'm even doing this.
I vaguely remember you saying something when you lived in the apartments about you were going to make a card game.
Yeah. Now
you know that other game, the space game?
What game?
Wasn't there a game with space that you made?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's gone.
Yeah.
Because fuck that.
Was that one too complicated?
Yeah. I was trying to make a really complicated 12-hour board game less complicated, but I made it more complicated accidentally.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to add a feature where you could land troops on. So the way it worked is like there's like planets that you like take your troops on and stuff. And I wanted to add a system where when you're carrying troops, each individual planet had its own unique terrain features and its own spaces inside each planet. So then you'd have like mini campaigns inside of each planet.
Yeah.
But it just makes it more complicated than the whole planet being one space.
And that's the thing, that like, I think that's something that I would love to see eventually. Would be because like that's why I like Empire at War, right? Because Empire at War is you're conquering the galaxy, but then every time you attack a planet, you have to fight a ground battle and the space battle. So you have 2 fucking fights for every one planet. But I would love to see that level of like take that and crank that up to a Total War scale, where it's like every planet is also giving you certain resources, and you don't just win the entire planet in one battle. You know, you fly your fleet over, and then like you have to constantly take like anywhere from 5 to 10 locations on each planet to actually hold the planet.
Right.
Because that shit would be fun. Like I want, because I've seen that a lot where people are like, I want an Empire. People want Empire at War 2.
That'd be awesome.
They want a sequel. And I've seen a lot, like Captain Shack specifically. He always says, like, I don't think people do want a sequel. I think they want a sequel to their favorite mod. I don't think they just want a sequel to the game. And I was like, I don't think that's true, because the base Empire War is a good game.
Yeah, I love base Empire War.
And any fucking sequel worth its salt that comes out of Empire War 2 will take inspiration from those mods that were so popular. Because that's what XCOM 2 did. XCOM 1, Enemy Unknown, and Enemy Within, those games were good, but were fucking drastically missing a lot of shit.
Yeah.
There was a lot of things in those games that just needed to like better character customization, being able to mod the game easily, being able to adjust the game, having more challenging enemies, having more diverse missions, that kind of stuff. And the idea of you sneaking into places instead of always being the one that's being, trying to find the aliens. And they listened. And when they made XCOM 2, it was literally just a laundry list of all the things people wanted in XCOM Enemy Unknown and Enemy Within with a new story. And then they made, fucking War of the Chosen, which was just even more so. All a list of the things that people wanted in XCOM 2. Right. Again. And, that's the epitome of a good game, is you listen to what people... that's what Fallout 4 was. Fallout 4 adding the fucking, settlement, that was... The settlements, the sprinting, all that kind of shit, that was from mods that were popular for Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas.
Right.
And they were some of the most popular mods, so they went, oh, cool, these are really popular. Let's take that and make it just base into the next game. So yeah, when they make a next Empire War, it'll probably have stuff from all the previous, all the big mods of Empire War. It'll probably have ships actually acting like ships and having different roles from Awakening of the Rebellion. It'll probably have the resource management of, Thrawn's Revenge and fucking Republic at War. It'll probably have the grandiose scale that everyone knows from the Clone Wars mod. It'll probably have a mix of all of that, plus it'll be on a better engine, not the one that's currently dying.
Right.
And, I think that's one of the biggest things is... Because, right now, the reason nobody does multiple fights for the ground for Empire War, or even multiple fights for space, is, one, because of technical limitations. That engine couldn't fucking handle it. And two, because the game currently feels really slow. There are moments where you're like, oh god, this takes forever. Because there's a little tick meter that goes up, and you have to wait for a whole week to pass for you to get your income.
Right.
Where if instead they took it to a more, that little tick thing is just much faster income rate, then players would be more incentivized to do things quickly. If you're... Because,
I sit around a lot in that game, I noticed.
Yeah, because 1 week in Empire War is, I think, 3.5 minutes.
Ew, really?
Yeah, so you're... if you make 600 credits every 3.5 minutes, but you need 2,000 to build a ship, you're going to be sitting there for a fucking while. But if they reduce how long those, that week timer is, and make it to where you get income every day, but it's just, more spread out, or even not more spread out, because if you add the ability to have to, when you attack a planet, you have to win, 3 sections of the space battle, to where you can encircle the planet. Right. So you have to win 3 space battles to win the planet. And the guys controlling the planet can move shit into those 3 slots to protect different sectors of the planet. And then when you attack the ground, you have to attack 5 different, maps of the ground of that planet to gain majority control of that planet. And likewise, you could have, and each sector could even have different buildings in it. So, oh, hey, I have Naboo. Here's the sector with all the nobility. So I'm going to build these buildings that give me more money from donations from the nobility if I build them in the noble sector. I'm going to build these farmlands out in the plains of Naboo. Right. I'm going to build these fucking vehicle factories also out in, the other plains of Naboo. I'm going to build these fucking, Gungan recruitment centers underwater.
Right.
Because that level of complexity would work really well if Empire War just made it getting the money faster. Because that's, I think the big thing is, because Empire War is supposed to be a real-time RTS, right?
Yeah, that's what's supposed to be. Not, but more like a turn-based.
But it plays like a turn-based, yeah.
Right.
it takes so much time that it plays like a turn base. Where if it was like a real time RTS, is literally like a great example is actually Halo Wars. You place a supply depot and you are getting money immediately. And then you upgrade that supply depot and you're getting more money. And it's just constantly coming in. There is never a point where it's not coming in.
Right.
That is something that fucking Empire War desperately needs. That constant influx of money.
Yeah, that's why I like StarCraft, because you always get money all the time.
Yeah, because, like, if you had that fucking constant influx of money, and then you go to a ground battle, and it just... Because, like, you could have the money pause when you go into a ground battle or space battle.
Right.
Because time's standing still so that other fights across the galaxy aren't also happening.
Right.
You go into that battle, and it's all focused on that battle, and then it's even more so critical about how much money did you bring in. You know? Because you could have fucking repair stations where you bribe the repair station to start repairing your ships on a battlefield. You know? You could have fucking mercenary ports where you call in mercenary reinforcements. Where you hire, you know, a fleet of pirates to come in and start attacking with you. That are completely controlled by the AI.
Right.
You could even have a bidding system in a battle where whoever's paying the most on the like top left-hand corner, you know, could have the symbol of the Black Sun and then like your, the Empire symbol and the Rebel symbol, and each can throw money at the Black Sun, and whoever's paying more is who the Black Sun attack. And so that way, you know, you can just, if you have a ridiculous amount of money, the Black Sun show up to the fight, and you can just start throwing money at the Black Sun to fucking fight the Empire for you, or fight the Rebellion for you, so you don't even have to worry about your ships getting beat up. Also, consistent health for ships.
What do you mean? Is it not?
Like, or persistent, rather. Persistent health for ships and units. Because in Empire War, I can go into a fight, bring a Star Destroyer, it can get everything but its engines destroyed, and then run away from that fight, and I still have a fully intact, fine Star Destroyer.
Oh.
The damage doesn't carry.
I see. So you just want damage.
I want damage to carry, where you have to go and be like, I need to repair my Star Destroyer. Even if it's just like, you know, the Total War version where it's like you wait a couple turns and they slowly bring systems back online. You know? Because that gives another player some time to, like, where, especially in an RTS, you could have it where it's just, as time progresses, it starts repairing itself. You know, battle ends, it goes into a repair bay, and it's just, you know, that health is slowly ticking up. So then the clock is on for the guys you just fought to counterattack you and try and remove that ship fully. Take that ship out of the game, you know?
Right.
And like that would be so much fun. I want an Empire War 2, and I want it to double down on the complexity, but also to actually double down on being an RTS.
Right.
Let it be an RTS in full. Go full balls out with it. Hit it every minute with shit is happening. kid's angry that I'm making them clean up. They fucking destroyed the chips and started playing with them and crumbling them everywhere.
Right.
So I'm making them clean up the chips, and they are upset about it. Fucking. But yeah, so. God, I'm hungry. Yeah, no, I want Empire War to have its fucking. I want it to have its heyday, and I want it to come back in full charge, you know?
Yeah.
I want it to come back and have all these fucking new features, double down, make it awesome. Because the first Empire War and Forces of Corruption are good games. That's the reason why, you know, the community cared enough to mod it in the first place. Like, because I've heard a lot where people are like, well, it's not that the game is good, it's just that the mods for the game are good. No one mods a game if you don't like the game originally.
Right.
You don't. Because you're not going to waste the time or effort on it.
Yeah, that sounds like too much time.
But if you care about the game originally, and you can see what it could have been, and you like features of it, and you just want to enhance those features, then you mod that game. Right. To show other things that could be in it, and this gave me a great idea. Wouldn't it be cool if this did this?
Right.
And like, yeah, I think a fucking Empire War 2 would be amazing. I think it would be a great fucking idea, especially considering like it's made by a good company. Fucking Empire War was made by fucking LucasArts and how do you say this? Petroglyph?
Petroglyph?
Yeah, the guys who did Command and Conquer, Conan,
Spore,
all those fucking games.
Yeah.
Like, they're a great company. They make great fucking games. I would love to see them fucking get a chance at it. You know, again, come back, fucking remake it with new technology, new engines and shit. Especially because there is no Star Wars strategy game.
Yeah, not really. Really untapped
like,
market.
Other than Empire War, yeah, that's it. And it's like, that's a huge market. Like, most Star Wars fans that want a strategy game end up buying one of the Star Wars board games.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it's like, man, I just really want to play fucking a strategy Star Wars game, but the only one there is this fucking, board game version, where it's like, man, if you made a video game, do you know how many people who play the X-Wing series would just buy the video game?
Right.
Like, oh yeah, let me fucking, like, this is cool and all, but let me just straight up go play the actual strategy video game.
Yeah.
Not to take anything away from X-Wing. X-Wing's great, but like,
love X-Wing.
There are features you can put into a video game that you can never put into a board game.
Right.
And like, that shit is really cool. And like, yeah, I don't know. I've gotten completely off track, but I really do want fucking Empire War 2 to happen.
That would be really fun.
And there's been no talk about it from developers. There's been nothing, and I'm like, it sucks because like, man, when EA exclusivity went down, there was talk of everything coming back. You know, there was people who were like, hey, 14 or 1313 might come back. We might get another Force Unleashed game. Like tons of shit. But there was no talk about Empire War.
Yeah.
That's such a good game, though. Like, it'd be amazing to see a fucking sequel after all this time. And one that properly, like, gets to show off just how good it can be. Oh, it'd be awesome. But yeah. Fucking just ranted for fucking forever. You know what's funny?
Right.
The fucking Raid Shadow Legends, I will give them this. The biggest complaint I would have as a free player is the amount of fucking, like, pop-ups of like, hey, buy this, or here's a pack you can buy, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
But at the same time, I can understand why. Because they do give you a lot of shit for free.
Right.
So, like, every day, once every day you get one green shard for free. And once every week, you get an ancient shard for free. Right?
Okay.
And then if you save your gems, the in-game currency, you save it up to 500, you can buy the first upgrade of the gem mine, which will give you free gems every couple hours.
Wow.
You do that, you save up 500 again, you buy it again. Save up 500 again, you do it again. To a maximum of 3, and now I have mine on both accounts fully upgraded.
Right.
And I get 15 gems every day. Every day I get 15 gems, which is good. That's a decent fucking... That's... because I did the math with Savannah, it equals out to $5 every 11 days.
Wow.
And that doesn't sound, it doesn't sound overly impressive, but there's not a single other game that gives you guaranteed $5 worth of in-game currency every, little under every 2 weeks. Where you can just permanently gain the in-game currency easy, readily, without... And that's not counting, any gems I get from getting increased, 3-starring events. That's not getting gems from dungeons. That's not getting gems from arena. That's not counting getting gems from clan boss. That's just the gems I get from the mine.
Right.
So I get in 11 days, I get $5 worth of gems just from the mine, on top of however many dollars worth of gems. Like, I've got 1,500, and I've been playing for about about a month.
Wow.
So, go to Gem Shop, or Bank, so I can see how much. Yeah, I got 1,500, which is a little over $35.
Wow.
In a month. Just from playing the game, and I use that to invest in the mines instead of spending on anything else, and now I will get more than that back over the course of me playing the game.
Right.
And, that's fucking fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's great. I think it's awesome.
And I do they have Champion Vault, and they have just your basic character bank, your collection. And you start out with only a few slots. Actually, you start out with about 15 slots, so you can have 15 characters. But you can expand it for the in-game silver,
right,
which is the normal little currency, which I currently have 1,513,000 of. And you expand it for 120,000. I've expanded my champion list to... I have 70. I can have 70 champions. And I've expanded my champion vault to 20. So I can have 20 champions that I can store away at any time. And they don't lose their gear, they don't lose levels, they don't, disappear over time. They just sit there. So I can make room on my main.
Nice.
That kind of shit is super cool to me.
Yeah,
having that level of freedom. Super fun. I don't know. I've been super gushing over this game. I don't know if it's just coming from, MSF, which just bullied the shit out of my soul.
I told you it wasn't worth it.
Fuck, because I still play MSF, but now I play so fucking casually, where I literally log in once a day, do my collections, leave, and I never play it again.
Right.
And that's just because when I do come back to it, which I know I'll get that kick where I really want to come back and I want to play MSF again, I know it's coming. It's going to happen in 2 or 3 months. I don't want to have happened what happened the last few times where I come back and go, fuck, I'm so far behind, I'm missing so much stuff, blah, 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 because I wasn't logging in.
Right.
But even then, it's like, man, that game, man, you put in time, you put in effort, you're fucking busting your ass, and it's like, if you're not spending, you're not going anywhere. And that's such a huge problem with that game. Where, like, Raid, I haven't had to put any money into it. And I'm fucking doing great on both accounts. Like,
Right.
one of the biggest things is just, like, patience. Because, like, energy is so much easier to come by in Raid than it is in MSF. And they have about the same cost for missions.
Oh.
Like, the last mission of the entire campaign costs 5 energy to play. The last mission of the fucking campaign for just heroes, I'm at Hero 7-1 and it cost me 20 energy to play.
Wow.
And in that one, I'm level 70 and have about 180 fucking energy. In this one, I am currently level 36 and have 106 energy.
Right.
So I can play longer on fucking Raid than I can on MSF to begin with because I have more energy. And the game fucking floods you with energy. So every day, you can do 5 classic arena fights, and you get a little boost of 200 energy. Every day, if you play for 60 minutes, you get another energy vial, which is another 250 energy. And then, every day in the shop, they will give you a mini pack. And those mini packs are free, and sometimes they have forge gear, but sometimes they have another energy vial in them. So currently, I'm sitting on 983 energy out of my 106 energy.
Weird. Okay, yeah.
So I have over the amount of energy I should for each day, and I'm constantly getting more. Meaning I don't actually have to worry about running out of energy. I don't have to stress about, fuck, I really need to do this, this, and this, but I can't because I don't have the energy. And again, this is something I used to say for MSF all the time. That's something they need to get rid of. They need to get rid of the scarcity of energy, because when you don't have a scarcity of energy, I'm not going to lie. If it wasn't for the fact that I have kids and a wife that I have to make sure also, can eat,
Right.
I would spend money in this game. Because you want to. Because you're playing it and you're having fun. And it's like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. Man, I kind of wish I had that champion. And then you keep playing and you're grinding out more shards and you pull a bunch of shards and you go, I didn't get them. That ancient shard is only like $3 to get like 4 ancient shards. I could probably do that. But for me, I'm like, I can't because I need to pay rent and I need to buy food. But the fact that that thought pops up in my head goes, that's something that helps. It encourages you to spend because you enjoy the game. Because you're having fun. You're like, man, I could spend $4 to fucking get an ancient shard and, fucking open up a portal, see if I get a legendary. And if you don't, you're like, alright. Like, that's the other thing, is because of how, like, constantly you get shards, you never feel bad about not pulling a legendary. Like, no matter what common grunt piece of shit you pull, like, I have pulled some fucking god-awful characters pretty consistently while playing this game. Where it's like, I mean, technically no character's evil, or like shit, because you can win the game with any character. The characters that I have no interest in, where I've pulled them repeatedly. I've pulled like over 100 of them. But I never get upset when I pull them, like Troglodyte. Troglodyte is a character I never plan on using. Troglodyte is the most common unit of the Lizardmen. It has 1 attack, which is attack 1 enemy 2 times, has a 20% chance replacing a 25% decrease attack debuff for 1 turn. Damage inflicted is proportional to defense. He's not a bad character. I just don't want to use him. I've pulled him God knows how many times.
Right.
Like, I have pulled him so many fucking times. And every time I pull him, I don't go, oh, great, more troglodyte. I go, oh, okay. And then I take troglodyte over to the tavern, and I feed him to one of my other characters. And then it's not a problem. We're like, MSF, man, you pull from a premium orb, which would be the equivalent of, like, this game's ancient shards.
Right.
And you pull anyone who isn't great, and you're going, God, this was such a fucking waste of my time. Because it takes forever to get one premium orb.
Yeah.
Like,
pretty
getting an ancient shard once a week, guaranteed, is fantastic. That's amazing. If I got one premium orb guaranteed once a week in MSF, I would be elated. I'd be so happy. But you don't, unless you really fucking double down on everything all the time. And at that point, you're going to end up having to spend your in-game currency of the power cores to refresh your energy. Where, like this, I haven't had to use gems for anything at all. The only time I've used gems is to buy more upgrades for the gem mine, which I didn't have to do. I chose to do so that I could get more gems. Because now, once I have those gems, because I don't use them, now when I want something in the store, I can go, I could get these with money, or I have God knows how many gems saved up, and I can just get them with gems. Like, the gem store has XP boost, it has full energy, which, by the way, full energy is one of the most broken fucking vials, because if you already have over like I do, you get exactly how much energy is your current max energy.
Oh, what?
Meaning the higher level you go, and your energy keeps going higher, you're buying more and more energy for the same gem cost, which it's 40 gems. So I could buy, so like if I level up to level 70,
right,
and get fucking, for 40 gems, buy 400 energy 4 or 5 times.
I see, okay.
Suddenly I've got enough energy to last a week. Also, small shard pack. 3 ancient shards and 60,000 silver. 270 shards. Or 270 gems.
Right.
Fucking big shard pack. 11 ancient shards and 220,000 silver. For 900 gems. Potion pack. 30 lesser gem or potions, 15 greater potions, and 5 super arcane potions, 350. That kind of stuff, it's a lot of gems, but it's not a lot of gems when you're not spending money on the gems. When you get those for free, it's not a lot of money.
Right.
Like 15, let's see. We'll do, I pull up my calculator because I'm not good at math. Calculator. So, let's say I want the biggest pack I can get with the gems, which is the big shard pack. Costs 900 gems. So 900 divided by 15. So, because I get 15
right.
15 gems a day. It'd take me 2 months. That's it.
Okay.
2 months and I get 11 shards and 220,000 silver.
Fuck. All right then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no other game is going to let you earn the in-game currency at such a rate that you could get 11 pulls of their rare shit in 2 months.
Right.
Not to mention the huge chunk of change of the in-game regular currency. Like, 220,000 fucking silver is a nice silver. That's a nice amount of silver.
Right.
I have 1 million, but you need silver to upgrade your gear and shit. But like that's a good chunk of silver. That's enough silver to probably gear up whatever character you get right when you get them.
Right.
Which is fantastic. But yeah, I don't know. I really like Raid, and I gush over it a lot because it's good.
Yeah.
It's a good game. Fucking. And I will say, one of the things that helps them is they limit how many you can sim. So, like, it doesn't have simulated missions the way most mobile games do, where you, like, go and you go, okay, fucking go in, like, simulate 400 fights for me, just give me the rewards. Instead, it has multi-battle, where you click it and you decide how many battles you want. You can set it to auto sell, certain gear that you get that is under a certain star rating. You can make it to where it stops when they hit full. All the characters in your team hit max level. If you lose, you can make it not stop when you lose or not stop when everyone's max level. You can do a bunch of different modifiers, and then you can have it go for 30 fights or however many multi-battles you have saved up.
Right.
And then it just plays it. And you can go off and do something else, and it just plays it for you.
Huh.
And that's its version, because this game, and I think it's something that is a real credit to Raid, it doesn't bullshit your drops.
Right.
Nor does it bullshit your win. It doesn't go, hey, yeah, you've 3-starred this mission before. That means you can 3-star it again. No. Because if you use a completely different team, that team might not be able to 3-star it. That team might not be able to beat it. That way you can't cheat the system and go, oh, here, let me just set up a full team of, level 1 guys who aren't, leveled up at all, drop them into the hardest mission of the game, and go, yep, just sim 40 fucking missions, and now they're all max level and have all, it wouldn't actually max level them, but, they have a bunch of levels and shit. No, if you want to fucking grind those characters out, you gotta grind those characters out. Which puts a fairness on everybody. Because it means even if you're paying money, all you're doing is, the multi-battle, what it does is it essentially just removes the ability for you to sit there and not have to click replay. That's all it does. But that clicking replay isn't really that much of a, waste of your... it's not hard to do. You don't have to control the guys in battle. You have auto battle.
Right.
And, it essentially goes, you're paying for convenience instead of paying to win. If you want to pay for the raid card, which you can get on mobile, that gives you unlimited fucking multi-battles, you can. But you still have to have the in-game energy for it. You still have to have all the requirements as if you were doing the battles yourself. It essentially just acts like an auto-clicker for clicking replay.
Right.
Which I really like. It also prevents you from, because that's a huge problem in MSF, where it's oh yeah, I've got this character that I have 200 or I have 100 energy, and it's I need to get this done, and this done. Alright, sim this mission. Well, fuck, that mission costs 10 energy per try, and I just simmed it 10 times. I'm out of energy for the day.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And then you're just done. I did all my logins on this stream. I did my login, collections, everything. I did all of that a long time ago.
Oh, shit, okay.
I swapped to Raid probably 15 minutes after we started.
Oh, shit.
Because that's how little time it takes me to go through everything in fucking MSF. Because you run out of energy right away, and most of it is just, yep, sim, collect, done. And then you leave. Meanwhile, I've been playing Raid for the rest of these 2 hours we've been on stream.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a mass difference in, which doesn't make sense to me on why MSF runs the way it does. Because I know one of their big things is that they want more watch time.
Right.
They want more people spending more time in game. But it's like, then get rid of the energy, dumbass.
Right.
Because if you got rid of the energy, more people would want to be in game. More people would have more energy to spend in game. Instead of just standing around with their thumb up their ass going, I don't know. What am I going to do about it? I can't fucking do anything. I'm out of energy.
Right.
I need to... Yeah, I'll run these. Sorry, I was looking at my stuff and deciding which missions I want to run. I'll stop at 600 energy. I also, like... So, I have a bad habit of I like to keep more energy than I have base. I like to keep my numbers near... Like, I don't like to go below 600 energy. Not for any practical reason, but just for myself. Because just mentally, my brain's like, no, that's good. And I think it's because my brain has this idea of like, it's that like almost that PTSD from fucking MSF, where like I don't like the idea of running low on energy.
Oh, I see. Because then you can't play anymore.
Right. Despite the fact that this game, like, for me to spend all fucking 900 of the energy I have right now, the days refresh at 4 o'clock. Meaning, for me to spend all the energy I have, at 4 o'clock, I'm gonna get the arena energy, I'm gonna get the login energy, I'm gonna get the time energy. So I'm probably gonna push myself back up to about 600 if I spent all my energy, or as much energy as I could before 6 o'clock. But there's also something in me that really likes waiting and seeing how much energy I can save up.
Right.
Like, that's what I'm doing with my second account, is literally logging in and, like, saving up a bunch of energy, and then fucking off, and then saving a bunch of energy, and then fucking off.
Just to see how long playtime you can get.
Yeah, just so that, because I'm like, I know there's going to be a day where I don't want to play anything other than Raid. Which has happened a few times already, where I'm like sitting here and I'm like, oh, do I want to play Empire at War? Do I want to play, XCOM? Do I want to play whatever? And I go, no, I feel like playing Raid. I want to play Raid all day today. So if I have a fuck ton of energy saved up, I'm like, I can do whatever the fuck I want in Raid. I can go play the most expensive energy missions all damn day. Because I have 13,000 energy saved up. Which, hey, you should use my link. Join Raid Shadow Legend. You get bonuses.
Sure.
You do.
I know.
You get bonuses if you use my link. And you also get bonuses as you level up, and so do I. It's awesome. Because it's, as you, after I finish this boss fight, I'll go through the list of stuff. My brother already joined. He hasn't gone beyond level 1. He joined, he created his character, selected his character, and was like, alright. And then he went off because he's busy all the time.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, that's fair. But yeah, which is the great thing, though, there's no time limit for when people do use your link. Like, it's not going to time him out or time me out of getting the rewards just because he's not currently playing. If he picks it up in 2 years and starts playing, I'm still going to get the energy and all the bonuses from him playing.
Oh, wow.
And he'll likewise get all the extra bonuses and stuff. Because it's like, hey, thanks for coming back. Welcome back to playing.
Right.
So yeah, let me go to my referral link.
Uh-huh.
So if you use my referral link, you get 200 energy at level 10, a 3day XP boost at level 20, a void shard at level 30, 2 purple skill totems at level 40, and a ancient shard at level 50. Or sacred shard. which Sacred Shard is a 94% chance to get an epic and a 6% chance to get a legendary. It's the highest shard you can get in the game.
I see.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, you get good bonuses.
Yep.
It's one of the things I really like is just that level of like, you know, fucking you get good shit. Because yeah, like you know, like in most games, like in the few games I do know that give you referral bonuses, the player doesn't normally get the referral bonus also. Like the guy who comes and joins, which I think is something that really helps Raid. Because it's not like, hey, come join the game so I can get a bunch of bonuses. It's, hey, come join the game so we can get a bunch of bonuses.
Right.
Because it's not just me getting bonuses. You get bonuses too. Which is, you know, fucking awesome. Collect my arena chest. Fuck. I logged into my alt account now. Yeah, okay. Making sure everyone can see it. My alt account is fucking broken, by the way. Like, it's so fucking good. Doing all my collection shit real quick. Collect my energy, or my gems. Claim my free ancient shard for this week. Go to my clan, log in, get my fucking bonus there. And then, have I done my... Yes, I already did my energy bonuses. My secondary account is only at 396 energy because I've been playing it so much.
Only.
Dude, I got Beast from Beauty and the Beast.
The fuck?
So one of the big things about Raid is they essentially take characters from other stuff and reimagine them.
Okay.
And so they have this guy, Cornor, who is straight up the Beast from Beauty and the Beast. He's part of the Skinwalker faction. So he's got like these big deer kind of antlers that are like twisted and, deformed and freaky. But they've got roses growing on them. And so instead of it being the rose that wilts, the roses grow out of him. Mm-hmm. And he's got like his family crest was this big rose banner. And then his abilities give him bonuses when Minyana is with him, who is a human champion who is literally Beauty, except she kind of looks like Snow White. But she's got a rapier and a dagger, and she gets bonuses for being with him. And so, like, they're Beauty and the Beast. But not. But also. It's awesome. I love it. They also have Santa Claus, by the way, and Santa Claus is one of the best characters. Like, no joke. He came out back in... I think he came out back in the original, like, release when it was in beta. Yeah, Sir Nicholas. You gotta pull up my stream and look at fucking Sir Nicholas, because this is the most badass Santa fucking ever.
Okay. Yeah.
One, he has 22,000 health.
The fuck?
Yeah, 22,800 health, 936 attack, 1,123 defense, making him one of the tankiest characters in the game. 105 speed, making him one of the faster characters in the game. 15% crit rate, 50% crit damage, 50 resist, 0 accuracy, but that doesn't matter because people very rarely miss. His basic attack, Boreal Blade. Attack one enemy has a 50% chance of placing freeze debuff for 1 turn. This debuff cannot be resisted. Yeah, he just says, I don't give a fuck. That's his standard attack. Meaning if you have anyone else on the team that calls him in to get a free attack, that's what he's hitting them with. And its damage is based on his HP.
Wow.
Meaning if you give him a bunch of gear that improves how much HP he gets, his basic attack gets stronger.
Wow.
Then, Polar Protection. Attack all enemies, places a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns. The value of the shield is equal to 30% of the damage inflicted. Damage based on HP. He starts out with 22,000 HP. He's one of the highest health characters.
Oh my.
And then Goodwill, place an unkillable buff and a 15% continuous heal buff on all allies for 2 turns.
What the fuck? Invincibility?
Unkillable. That one, Goodwill costs 6 turns. It takes 6 turns to refresh. But unkillable and 15% continuous heal for 2 turns, meaning you're giving all your allies guaranteed 30% of their health back. And then his passive ability, which is his aura, increase ally HP in battles by 33%.
Oh my god.
Fucking Santa Claus is the biggest badass.
Everyone uses Santa.
I want him so bad. He's got 3,199 reviews, and on all of them, he gets 4.9 out of 5.
Why not 5 though?
There's a 5. There's a 5 right at the bottom. Probably because he's not absolutely perfect. Pretty much you say, because 5 is perfect. 5 is, there's nothing that could be better. And given there are always new characters coming out, most of these reviews, or the reason most of them are probably 4.9 now is because newer characters have come out.
Right.
Yeah, he's a fucking monster of a character. I want St. Nicholas. He's so cool. There's a lot of really cool characters. They also have, in the Ogres, they have Shamrock. And he's a big troll in like a leprechaun outfit with the big mug of beer.
Right.
He's great. He's just a big, cheery motherfucker. He's got good sets, too.
That's good.
Where? No. I was all mad because I told them to clean up still.
Huh?
They got distracted playing.
Oh.
Yeah, fucking Shamrock. He's got attack one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 60% chance of removing one random buff from the target. If a buff is removed, has a 35% chance of stealing the buff. And then he's got Lucky Charms. Place 60% increased defense buff on all allies for 2 turns. Place a 30% increased speed buff on allies with more than 50% HP for 2 turns. Also has a 50% chance of placing a 30% increased crit rate buff on those allies for 2 turns. Place a Revive on Death buff on all allies with less than 50% HP for 2 turns. Also has a 50% chance of placing a 15% continuous heal buff on those allies for 2 turns. That's a lot of buffs from one ability. That's all one ability. That's all just Lucky Charms. And then Uncatchable. Place a 30% decreased speed debuff on all enemies for 2 turns. Decrease the turn meter of all enemies by 15%. Fill the turn meter of all allies by 15% if any enemy turn meter is below 50%. And then he increases the accuracy of all of his allies in battle by 70. So yeah. He's fucking good. Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of characters that are just good. They're from random shit, or there's this guy, Nogdar, the headhunter, who is just straight up one of the orcs from Isengard.
Right.
Like, he's just a berserker orc from Isengard.
Oh,
from fucking Lord of the Rings. Like, he looks just like him.
Right. Yeah,
he's just got a black hand instead of the white. Yeah. He does good fucking good attacks. He's got fucking good. He's got ridiculously high health or attack and defense. Low health, high attack. A fucking 1,696 health or attack. That's fucking oof. And then attack one enemy, heals this champion for 10% of their max HP. Grants an extra turn if this attack kills an enemy. That's broken.
What?
His standard attack heals himself for 10% of the enemy's max HP.
Yeah.
So if he hits St. Nicholas, he's returning a huge chunk of his health.
Holy fuck.
Gorefest, attack all enemies. After attacking this champion, sacrifice HP equal to 50% of their max HP, then place 2 15% continuous heal buffs on this champion for 2 turns. HP sacrifice will happen even if it kills this champion. Okay, so he's got he can hit everyone at the expense of a bunch of his health. Last rites, sacrifice HP equal to 50% of this champion's max HP then equalize HP levels with target enemy. The HP levels of both this champion and the target enemy will be brought down to the level of the one with the lowest HP. Damn! So he essentially takes a bunch of his own health out and then looks at someone and goes, "You and me have the same health now," and both their health drops to the same amount.
Right.
And then Headsman's Return, revive this champion with 50% HP and 50% turn meter when killed if all other allies are alive. Does not work if there are multiple Nogdars on the team or if there are 3 or fewer champions on the team. See, that's the other thing I really like about Raid, is you can have multiples of the same characters on the team.
You could have all Santas.
Yeah, you could run a full Santa team.
Dude, that's broken though.
You could run a fucking fuck with me Santa team.
That's the best team, right? Just Santa?
Honestly, the best team right now is probably all Ninja.
Really? Oh,
Ninja's fucking broken. Okay, I'm gonna read you his shit. Okay, Santa has more health than him. And more defense. Ninja has 1,509 attack. Okay. I'm gonna read you his shit. Standard attack. Attack one enemy has a 45% chance of placing a 60% decreased defense debuff for 2 turns. Also fills this champion's turn meter by 15% when used against bosses.
Okay. Seems okay.
Hailburn. Attack 3 times at random. Each hit has a 75% chance of placing HP burn debuff for 3 turns. Also places a perfect veil buff on this champion for 2 turns. When used against bosses, it will instantly activate HP burn debuffs, including HP burn debuffs placed by this skill. HP burn is a huge fucking damage. It's essentially a dot damage that is equal to your max, or I think it's 5% of their max HP per turn. And it goes on for 3 turns.
Jeez.
And then Cyan Slash, attack all enemies, has a 75% chance of placing a freezing debuff for 1 turn. When targeting a boss, this will only attack the boss, not all enemies, and will ignore 50% of the target's defense. Will also decrease the cooldown of Halberd by 1 turn. And then his passive, which is Escalation, increase ninja's attack by 10%, up to 100%, and critical damage by 5%, up to 25%, each time a single enemy is hit by all 3 of ninja's active skills in a single round. This effect can occur multiple times against the same enemy.
What the fuck?
And when fighting bosses, increase ninja's attack by 20% up to 100%, and critical damage by 10% up to 25% instead. Ninja is an amazing boss killer. But even against non-bosses, 4 of him on a team is going to eat through 4 of anything else. Because he's placing such... It's because he places such a consistent amount of damage out. Like, those 3 attacks from Hailburn, it's 3 attacks at random. So it might hit one guy 3 times, it might hit 3 separate people. Right. You don't know.
Right.
But the HP burn isn't the only thing doing damage. They're still getting attacked.
Oh, right.
That is 3 free fucking attacks on the whole enemy team. So if you have 4 fucking ninjas, that's 12 free attacks. On the whole enemy team.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked, yeah.
And that ability can be used first turn.
Ew, yuck. What?
Yeah. So, like, literally, you can just kick shit off and just go, blah, 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 blah. And just remove teams. And if they survive, then every time it's their turn, they're going to be taking the HP burn.
Right.
And that's... Not to mention the fucking Cyan Slash, which has a 75% chance of freezing. Which if you get frozen, you lose a turn. So even if you have 2 of them, that's 6 free hits, and then the other 2 do Cyan Slash, which hits everyone.
Right.
You have a guaranteed almost everyone is getting frozen.
Yeah, probably.
And then those 2 can use their fucking fire attack, while the other 2 use their freeze attack.
Right.
Yeah, he's really good. His kit is fucking dangerous. There are a lot of really good characters, but there's some that have scary good abilities. And Ninja is one of the scary good.
Yeah, clearly.
There's a few I like. One of the things I really like about this game. Oh god! All right, hold on. My daughter's knocking at the door, and I need water. My throat is on. Yes, baby.
Kind of the price I paid. Okay. Draw some. We're almost done with the A's. Ugh, so many A's. You gotta understand that the A's in total. Oh god, there's like so many.
Oh, I'm back.
God damn.
Oh, my fucking throat. I woke up this morning fucking choking on coughing on blood. So fun stuff.
Ugh. Almost done with 36. Almost gotten through 36 cards already.
Oof, good job.
Look at this layout. I mean, I think it's pretty good.
It looks good.
Yeah, so there's going to be a full FAQ of stuff for every single character and
Yeah.
clarification. And I think once I get this done, and once you give me your symbols, then I'll finally have the motivation to go back and fix everything. But
I'll probably work on the symbols tomorrow.
Okay, good. I might be on tomorrow actually. Check my work schedule, but I think I off. They hired a bunch of new people, so don't get any work. So I might actually be on tomorrow. I gotta double check. That might be Thursday.
I'll see.
17th. 17th. I have it off.
Nice.
I'll be on tomorrow.
So one of the things I really like about Raid is all the bosses that you fight in the campaign, you can use. And it's not like, like most games, if you get to use the boss, they're a super nerfed version of the boss.
Right.
They're not in this. They're still the fucking boss you fought, and you spent time fucking getting your ass kicked by.
Yeah.
Like, there's some fucking really good, but like, Bannerlords, their best lord is the first boss of the entire game.
Oh.
22,000 health, 1,079 attack, 1,013 defense, 97 speed, 15% crit rate, 50% crit damage, 40 resist, and 20 accuracy.
Right.
His first ability, Annihilation. Attack one enemy, has a 45% chance of placing a 60% defense decrease for 2 turns.
Oh, yikes.
Yep. And then Earthshaker. Attack all enemies, placing a 50% decrease accuracy debuff for and a 50% decrease attack debuff for 2 turns. So, just his first fucking standard attack and his second skill have decreased your attack, your defense, and your accuracy. Your accuracy, I had to reread it because I couldn't remember what accuracy does. Accuracy is your chance to have an ailment go off. So, to apply HP burn, to apply poison, that kind of stuff. So, meaning with his standard and special attack, with his first 2 attacks, you now have a lower health, or you have a lower attack, lower defense, and a lower chance of doing anything to him.
Right.
Then, he has his passive, which is Thorn Sphere. At the start of each turn, place a shield buff on this champion equal to 20% of their max HP for 2 turns. We'll place a 50% decreased speed debuff for 1 turn on whichever enemy attacks this champion.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to read that one more time because there's a little bit of trickery here happening.
Is there? What do you mean?
At the start of each turn, place a shield debuff on the champion equal to 20% of their max HP for 2 turns.
Wait a minute. So everyone's going to have the shield thing?
Yeah, meaning this guy, every turn, is getting shield, and whatever shield you can't take off that turn is staying to the next turn, as he stacks more shield on it.
Ooh.
So he can literally steamroll to a point where you can't kill him if you're not doing enough damage to get rid of the shields.
So is he actually the best then?
No, he's just really good. This is the thing with Raid. There are so many really good characters that, like, the best can be completely subjective, because legitimately that the bully, the character I was telling you about that has 1 attack, if you put good enough gear on him and level him up, like, well enough, he could beat this same guy in a 1-on-1.
Oh, wow.
It is all about, like, the characters are just base, whatever. But if you are good at the game and you get good gear, you can take the worst character and make him the best, and you can take the best character and make him shit.
Ooh.
It's all about learning the fucking gear and what it does and understanding your champions. And then his passive ability is increase ally HP in dungeons by 50%, which is super useful,
That's
by the
good,
way.
yeah.
So, like, a great example of the way gear works, I'll go ahead and actually show. Oh, cool, I haven't gotten my 60 minutes yet for this fucking one. I wasn't logged in for 6 minutes. Alright, so, a great example of HP, or how gear works, is this is Krella Witch Arm. She's level 50. She is 2-star ascended, 5-star in total. She's a legendary. Great character, right?
Right.
Her base stats are 11,000 HP, 866 attack, 850 defense, 89 speed, 15% crit rate, 50% critical damage, resist of 30, and an accuracy of 0. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I have her 11,415 health plus 6,808 health from her gear. Her attack is 866 plus 421 attack.
Okay.
Or on top of it. Her defense is 850 plus 140. Her speed is 89 plus 35. Her crit rate is 15% plus 39%. Her resist is 30 plus 20. Her accuracy is 0 plus 6. That's just boosting her stats. So you can actually go to her total stats, and what that means is that her total stats is 18,223 total health. She has 1,287 attack. She has 990 defense. She has 124 speed. She has 54% crit rate, a 50% critical damage, and a 50 in resistance, and a 6 in accuracy. Yeah. And that's just putting the gear on her, not counting that she also has 2 bonus effects, which is Lifesteal and Immortal. Lifesteal, she heals by 30% of all damage she deals, and Immortal, which gives her plus 15% to her HP and heals her by 3% of her max HP every turn.
Fuck.
Those are both passive. And that's just her gear set.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, and here's the great thing. All of that could be infinitely better or infinitely worse, even with the exact same pieces of gear equipped to her. And I'll show you what I mean. So we're going to go to Beast or Cornor. And I'm going to show you what I mean. I'm going to go here. I'm going to find... Perfect. We're going to use the Toxic set as a good example of this. So say we wanted to give Beast the full Toxic ability, where every time he attacks, he gets a 75% chance to place a poison of 2.5% on an enemy, right?
Right.
That just means that we want to give him 4 pieces from this set.
Right.
Okay? But we're going to look at the weapons. So we got to give him 4 pieces. We've got weapons, we've got a headpiece, we've got shields, we've got gloves, and we've got a torso. So we have 4 pieces. Let's look at the pieces. Right. The first weapon I have for the Toxic set gives me attack plus 16, attack plus 4%, and crit damage plus 3%. Now the one next to it gives me attack plus 4, resistance plus 4, speed plus 1, and crit rate by 1%. And the weapon next to that gives me an attack plus 4, an accuracy plus 5, and a speed plus 1. See what's happening here?
I'm not good at math. So
the stats are random, even though all 3 of those are a toxic weapon in the same set. The stats of what is actually being affected and by how much is random.
Holy shit.
So you can take that really shitty bully character and make him amazing if you get a piece of gear that the base stat is increasing HP by a certain percent, the second stat is increasing attack by a certain percent, the third stat is increasing defense by a certain percent, and the last one is increasing crit rate by a certain percent. It's all about the luck of the draw on what gear you get and how you mix and match those to fit your champion. And then you use the set bonuses and stuff to add in with that.
Okay. Sure.
So it's all, like, there's a legitimate, like, just because you have gear equipped to a character doesn't mean that that gear will be on that character forever. Because there's a legitimate reason to go, actually, a great example is we'll go to ninja, right? His helmet right now gives him 500. It's level 8. It's been upgraded quite a bit. It gives him 578 HP, 4% attack, and 2% defense.
Right.
I have another helmet that would increase his HP by 170, but it would increase his defense by 3% and his crit rate by 4%. And so over on the side, it actually shows, this is one of the things I do really love, it shows you how that would affect your overall stats. It shows that it would bring his total HP down by 408, his attack down by 38, but his defense up by 7, and his crit rate up by 4.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
So because of that, there's not, I might find a better helmet later. I might find a helmet with better stats or better modifiers on it later. And swap Ninja's helmet to that. And it could be in the same set that it already is. And it doesn't have to screw me over by doing so. Where a lot of games, it's like, oh, fuck, I've got this thing and I need to, I've got this gear on this character, and this is it. This is the meta gear. But there are so many different gears with so many variables of how many things that could be on them and how many different ways you could build a character that it really is, ironically, to their credit in their commercial, where they're like, there are millions upon millions of builds. They're not lying. There is, because you got to think for every one character, right? So we'll just take Krell Witcharm. She has a build not only for every set there is in the game, right, but every possible variation of stats on that set. Wow. And for every variation of those sets that you can stack with each other. Because here's the best part. Some sets, again, going back to our dear Krella Witcharm, she has 2 sets running. She has the Immortal set and the Lifesteal set. The Lifesteal set is a 4-piece set, meaning you need 4 pieces of it equipped in order to get its bonus. The Immortal set is only a 2-piece set, meaning you only need 2 pieces equipped to get its bonus.
Right.
By putting those 2 together, I've created a new build for her. And if I wanted to, I could swap that with a weapon and shield from the Cruel set, and instead she would have increased attack by 15% and ignore enemies' defense by 5%, instead of regaining HP every turn. And that's a completely different build. That's a completely different set.
Right, well, everything's going to be different anyway.
Huh?
Well, everything's going to be different anyway. All of it's unique.
And that's the point, is it literally gives you so much freedom, especially because gear isn't hard to come by. It's not like it's really hard to get gear or they gatekeep it behind anything. You can just get gear by playing. You play the main campaign, you get gear. You do dungeons, you get gear. You play arena, you get gear when the arena tournament's over. You join a clan, you get gear. You log in, you get gear. It really is just, it's just in there. And you all just get to play and have fun with all of these. It really feels like they made a good single-player game first, and then expanded it to be a multiplayer.
Right.
Because you could play Raid Shadow Legends all goddamn day and never get bored. Because it's just a good game. Also, I'm going to do 2 Ancient Shard pulls. Because I have to. We got an Avenger. And then something good. Ooh! Oh! The Jarg! We got an Epic.
Oh shit. That's cool.
We got Mr. Jarg. Jarek has 6,720 health, 200 attack, 315 defense, a speed of 96, a crit rate of 15%, a critical damage of 50%, and a resist of 30. He has Rending Claws. Attack one enemy has a 35% chance of placing a 50% decrease attack debuff for 2 turns. Based off of his attack. Pack Leader places a 50% ally protection and a 60% increased debuff on all allies for 2 turns. And then his passive, place a 15% continuous heal buff on an ally for 1 turn whenever an ally loses 20% of their max HP in 1 hit. So if you're fighting a boss and they hit really hard. And then his aura ability, which is unlocked at level 3 Ascension, increase HP of all allies in battle by 33%. And if we go down to Index and go to Lizardmen, he is the second to last highest epic.
Oh, wow, really?
Yep. And I just pulled him there on stream.
Well, that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I'm excited to have him. He's going to be fun. I have a real big thing for the Lizardmen.
Yeah.
I love that type of fucking... Lizardmen are so fucking cool to me. I think they're fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Especially because, one of the things I really like about Raid is there is a legitimate mass amount of variety in each faction. Even in the Lizardmen, the fucking highest legendary is a straight up, mini dragon. It's like a little dragon.
That's cool.
And then the next one over is a fucking chameleon dual-wielding flaming sickles in, Aztec armor. And then the one after that is, a big, freaky, fat lightning dog fish thing.
Fish thing.
I don't know how to... look at my stream. I don't know how the fuck to describe this.
Yeah, I don't know.
And yeah, so, these are... That's what I love, is, every faction has such variety in it, despite all being the same type of shit. Like, the Skinwalkers, you've got everything from pig people to basic, beastmen from Warhammer, to werewolves, to a fucking, Cleopatrix, which is just straight up an eagle woman. And then, fucking beast. And then you've got clearly someone's persona. I'm not kidding. It's a huge buff female fox lady. There's no way this isn't someone's persona. She's badass though. She's got 16,000 health, 1,476 attack, and 1,035 defense, and 101 speed, with a crit damage of fucking 63%. This bitch hits like a freight train. This bitch would fuck your whole team up. Oh, and then she's got a fucking male counterpart, which is Big Lion Boy, who is absolutely someone's persona as well.
Everyone's someone's persona.
Honestly, probably. And that's one of the best things. Oh yeah! They've got fucking Rain Beast, which is Rudolph.
Oh shit.
I forgot about this. So this is Rudolph. He's Rain Beast. Mm-hmm. He's got a big hook blade, but it's just one of them, and it's got a red cloth striped up it like a candy cane.
Right.
And he's got blinders on, and he's got his big red nose, and he's got 18,000 HP, 18,660 HP. Let me take a drink of water. Feel my throat getting dry. An attack of 826, so not a huge attack, but decently high. Defense of 1,233, so he's fucking durable. 94 speed, a crit rate of 15, a critical damage of 50%, a resist of 45. His standard attack is attack one enemy, placing a 15% continuous heal buff on the ally with the lowest HP for 1 turn. Holy shit. And it stacks off of his defense. Oh, I got a call. Hold on.
Let's see, when your home base is attacked. Got We're doing really good. We're flying through. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming this. As much as I do love it. Get all this work done. Can be rough.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. My wife's stuck in line doing her COVID test. Because my daughter has a dentist appointment, and she has to be in the room with her. So she has to get a COVID test.
Okay.
So she was just calling to let me know that it's been taking a while because they're stuck in line. Because it's Monday. So anyways, yeah, his fucking standard attack is fucking stupid. That fucking continuous heal on the lowest HP. Like, notice how it doesn't say your ally has to be below a certain threshold of health. It's just whoever has the lowest HP is getting 15% of their continuous health back.
Right.
Then you have Open Slay, attack one enemy 2 times, receives a random ally, or revives a random ally with full HP if this attack kills the enemy. That's fucking devastating. Like, that makes Rudolph one of the best revivers in the game. Because most people who revive people bring them back with at most 50% HP. Being able to revive someone with full HP is broken. That means, like, imagine if Santa goes down,
right,
and then Rudolph kills an enemy with this. Santa comes back with his 22 grand HP. Like, the amount of time you just spent whittling Santa down, and then fucking Rudolph brought him back.
Right.
And then he has It Glows. When an ally is attacked, place a shield buff equal to 35% of this champion's max HP on that ally for 2 turns. Occurs once per turn, will not place a shield buff on this champion.
Yeah.
So remember how we were talking about steamrolling before?
Yeah.
Now imagine putting Rudolph with that Bannerlord's champion, who's already giving himself a shield of 20%. Now Rudolph's giving him a shield of 35% if he's getting attacked.
Okay. Good.
So he's got 35% of Rudolph's max HP and 20% of his own max HP. Good luck ever breaking through that motherfucker's shield. Like, fuck me. Yeah, there's some really cool fucking... I will say this. There's one thing that drives me absolutely banana hammocks in a raid, and it's that for whatever reason, the Norse are part of their barbarian faction but their barbarian faction's main background is like a desert. And so, like, it throws me off mentally to see Norse characters in, like, a desert. But in fairness, they have their own version of Odin, who is not lightning-focused, but fire-focused.
Right. Oh, interesting.
So he's got his fire spear, he's got his fucking, his horned helmet, his eye patch. He's a motherfucker. 20,000 HP, 835 attack, 1,398 defense, speed of 102, crit rate of 15, crit damage of 57, and resist of 50, 0 accuracy. Searing Blow, his standard attack. Attack one enemy, has a 60% chance of placing a 50% decreased attack debuff for 2 turns, based off of his defense. So all of his attacks are going to be based off of how high his defense is. That's how hard they hit.
I see. Okay. Huh.
Wall of Flame. Attack one enemy. Place a 60% increased defense buff on all allies for 2 turns. Place a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns, equal to 20% of their max HP if this attack kills an enemy. Also, damage based on defense. His passive.
Right.
Fiery Rebirth. Revive a random ally with 30% HP every time this champion kills an enemy. Resets the cooldown of this champion's skills if this champion kills an enemy and all allies are alive.
Damn.
That means at the start of a fight, he can pop his first attack, he can pop his second attack, which has a 4-turn cooldown, and then if he kills someone with that second attack, it immediately, because of his passive, doesn't have a cooldown anymore. And he can use it again to kill someone again. And place another 20% shield on everyone. And then he has the aura of increase ally defense in battle by 33%.
Sure. Just because, why not?
Yeah, because fuck you. Yeah, they've got some fucking really cool shit. Bannerlords are probably one of my favorites for their legendaries. Mainly because, the first boss of the game, there's Sethiliana, who just looks like a badass bitch. Cillian the Lucky, who I fucking love because he's just got 4-leaf clovers all over his armor. And I just think that's hilarious. The Black Knight, Minyana, right. Helior, who has a fucking Fire Sun shield and a Fire Sun, crescent glaive. He's cool. Lugan the Steadfast, Septus, who just looks like a classic, Holy Rome Knight. Richoff the Bold, who I actually have on my main account. He's really good. Railgun, who is a woman knight in really pretty purple and white armor with a halberd. Baron, who is a male knight in classic French white and gold and blue. And their legendaries are really cool. I have a problem with the High Elves legendaries though.
Why?
So the High Elves in this game, to me, don't make sense.
Why?
Because some of them look like, what you would think of as High Elves, Tolkien, Warhammer style High Elves, even WoW-esque style High Elves. Some of them straight up look like angels. So, their first legendary is Ellen Aureliel, whatever. She's just an archer, purple hair, looks like a good classic high elf, right?
Right.
The next one is some bitch with fucking giant, blades that are phoenixy and has blue magic swirling up her and has a big white mane. And, she's just... There's so much going on with her. and it feels like such a visual whiplash from the last character.
Okay.
And then you go over again, and okay, this is a little bit closer to that, like Warhammer High Elves. Kind of looks like a Phoenix Guard. She's got some magic. All right, go over again. Okay, again, we're more in like Wood Elf territory with the green hair, and okay, whatever. Go over again. Okay, what is this woman? Why does she have little wings? What is happening? And then you go over again. Okay, that's just the guy from before, but now he's got white and red. That's the same chick, but now she's in gold and black.
So they're like reason skin
that
kind of thing.
Dude looks like a dark elf. And then that dude straight up John Constantine with angel wings and a bow, like a crossbow. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's my problem with the High Elves, is their faction doesn't match with each other.
Yeah, there's like no uniform identity.
Yeah, like even the Lizardmen all being Lizardmen and being rather... Oh yeah, there's the Jingle Hunter, which is the Santa elf. Yeah, like fucking... the Banner Lords all being like... They're all very specifically, like medieval knights. Right. So even though they're all different colors and stuff, they all fit the chivalrous medieval knight aesthetic. So they all work together really well. And then, like, the Sacred Order, who is essentially the French counterpart, because the Bannerlords are the English knights. The Sacred Order is kind of the Templar French style. And so you've got Richard the Tower, this motherfucker who is the only one that doesn't fit, Astralon, who is straight up a Demon King. He's covered in black armor with, like, scripts on it. He's got flaming swords. He's got red wings. He's got a fucking red halo. This motherfucker looks badass, though. Elrond, fucking Abyss, Mayor, Cupid, with Cupidus, who is literally just Cupid, but as a knight, and I love it. Like, he's in all pink and has hearts everywhere. Brilliant. Sir Nicholas, fucking Santa,
nice.
Venus, and then Cardell, who is straight up an angel, like a fucking Diablo angel, but he kind of makes sense because we have the demon version guy.
That guy looks like
and it's like, oh, okay, they're like the yin and yang. The what?
The gold guy, the Sacred Order, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Blood Angel, Sanguinius.
Yeah, like how he, as Sanguinius is depicted.
Yeah. All gold. Yeah.
But yeah, like, they've kind of got this, like, holy and demonic back and forth, and it looks really nice. The barbarians are kind of all over the place, but they kind of can fit with each other in subcategories. Hold on. But yeah, like the barbarians, like some of them are Vikings, some of them are more like Conan barbarians, some of them are more like Egyptian style. But they still work with each other in their group. Where like High Elves just feel so disconjointed. The ogre tribes work really well because you've got everything from fat ogres to like witchy ogres to skinny trolls. And so, but they all feel like those big monster units that would be used in different games.
Right.
The fucking lizardmen all feel great despite being different lizards. Skinwalkers all feel good. The orcs all feel good. They just feel like orcs from different games, but they all feel like they're orc, you know?
Right. They all look like an orc.
Yeah, they all look like what you would think of as an orc. None of them go, I don't think that's a high elf. Yeah, I don't think that's an orc.
Right.
The demons are probably some of the best for, like, looks. These motherfuckers look badass. There is quite a few reskins in them, but there's some cool motherfuckers. Also, did you ever play Dead or Alive?
Not sure.
The fighting game?
then probably not.
So in Dead or Alive, I think it's Dead or Alive 4 specifically, there's an end boss that essentially looks like this guy, where he's like a half human, half demon, big scary motherfucker who you fight in this big like fire arena where you can't see, and he keeps teleporting and kicking the shit out of you. And this dude just looks badass to me. And he's pretty good. He's got 21,000 HP, 870 attack, 1,288 defense, 98 speed, 15% crit rate, 50% critical damage, 40 on resist, 20 on accuracy. He's got his standard attack is Abyssal Seal. Attack one enemy, places an HP burn debuff on a target for 2 turns. If they're under a True Fear debuff or a decreased attack debuff, also place a shield buff on this champion for 2 turns equal to 10% of their max HP, damage based on health. Infernal Darkness, attack all enemies, place a 75% chance of placing True Fear debuff and a 50% decrease attack debuff for 2 turns based on HP. And then Demon Possession, level 1, balances the HP of all allies. The HP levels of all allies will be brought up to the level of the ally with the highest HP. After balancing HP, grants an extra turn.
Hmm.
Do you know what that means?
Actually,
that means if you put this guy with Santa, who has 22,000 HP, and you bring Rudolph, who has 18,000 HP, and he balances all the HP levels to be the same as the ally with the highest HP, everyone has 22,000 HP.
Gotta bring that with Ninja, though.
Ninja has less health than Santa.
Right, so that's why you want to pick the one with... Did I misunderstand? I thought everyone goes up to the highest health.
Everyone goes up to highest.
Right. So
they go up to Ninja. Whoever has the highest health.
Right,
so if you brought Ninja with...
higher, yes.
Yeah. My point was just...
Talking about combos.
You put him with whoever you have that has the highest health, and he'll drag everyone's health higher.
So cool. Is that about illegal?
And then he's...
dies, though?
And, no, and it grants him an extra turn. Yeah. And it can be used every 6 turns, and then with 2 upgrades, it can be used every 4 turns.
Wait, so you can like go back up to the max health of Santa every time?
Yeah, if he's at full health. Or if you have that dude with the shield, and you can keep him at high health, like, untouched with the shield on him, this guy can keep bringing everyone back up to that guy's max HP, because his health hasn't gone down. See what I mean?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
And then he's got his passive, which is revives 20% or receives 20% less damage from from champions from the Bannerlords, High Elves, or Sacred Order factions. If there are 2 more Demon Spawn champions on the team alongside this champion, increase critical damage of all Demon Spawn champions on this team by 20%. And then his aura is increased HP of all allies by 33%. But yeah, like they've got just really cool looking fucking bosses and shit. Like their legendaries are awesome to me.
Yeah.
The Undead have some pretty... The Undead faction is second least favorite, which is weird because I love Undead. But they also kind of have that disjointed feel to me. Because like this is their number 1 guy, the Crypt King Grawl. And he's kind of like a lichy barbarian. And then we go over, and okay, it's a Banshee. Female ghosts, Banshee, okay. And then there's the fucking Samurai, which is a famous undead from Japan. He was a swordsmith, and he dies, and then keeps living as essentially undead. But then there's this guy, and he's like a church guy with a glaive, and then we've got a guy that kind of looks like Quan Chi and Shinnok had a kid. And then there's this one who might be Death.
Right.
And then there's a vampire. And then there's the Skyrim vampire. And then there's another vampire. And then there's the first guy again, but now he's red. And then there's Skeleton Jack. Like, there's just they hit so wide a variation, and then yeah, there's this guy, Ross the Soul Cage. I would not have guessed undead. I'm gonna be real.
Probably.
If I was gonna guess a faction for this thing, I wouldn't guess undead.
Right.
And then yeah, little Miss Annie, who is just fucking terrifying. She's a little puppet with a fucking heart beating in the middle of it. Fucking freaky as shit. But yeah, like the undead, I like a lot of their characters individually, but I don't think I would ever be able to run a full undead team. Because they feel too disjointed. Dark elves are fine. They all look exactly like what you'd expect dark elves to look like.
Sure.
They're all edgelords. They look good. Oh, by the way, tell me this doesn't look like the chick from fucking StarCraft.
What?
The Zerg chick?
It's scrolling. Oh, it is. Yeah.
Right? Like that.
Probably.
Straight up. Like, I was like, Jesus. When I first saw her, I was like, oh shit. Alright. Yeah, like the Dark Elves look good. They just look like Dark Elves.
Huh.
The Knights Revenants are weird for me. So the Knights Revenants are essentially cultists. But they like vary from like pinhead cultists to just like basic cultists, and it throws me off. Because like this chick is clearly like female pinhead, right? She's got that vibe, she's got the hook, she's got spikes, she's got the shit on her face. And then you got this guy. This dude doesn't look like he fits with the last chick. He looks like a completely different type of cultist.
Right.
And then you've got this chick who is like more of an angelic cultist. And then you've got this guy who is like a fucking 40k cultist. And then you got this chick who is like more of a, what's that game? Blasphemous type of boss.
God damn.
And then like this guy is more, kind of fits with the blasphemous cultist. This guy I would say is more blasphemous. This guy is just random big scary night boy. This is the Lich King from fucking WoW. Just straight up, it's the Lich King.
God damn it! It is just the Lich King. That's stupid.
And like, I don't know. Like, oh yeah, here's Frankenstein.
Oh my fucking!
He's actually really good.
Is he?
Oh yeah, so I'll go through. 22,965 HP. Tanky as all hell. 956 attack, 815 defense, 95 speed, 15% crit rate, 50% critical damage, 45 resist. His fucking standard attack is attack one enemy 2 times. Each hit has a 15% chance of placing a stun debuff for 1 turn, has a 50% chance of placing a 60% decreased debuff for 1 turn if the stun debuff is placed. His standard attack gives him a 30% chance of stunning your ass.
My God.
And then, if you are stunned on the first hit, the second hit then reduces your defense. Because fuck you for getting stunned on the first 15.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you now. Then we have Lightning Storm. Attack all enemies. Has a 50% chance of placing a stun debuff for 1 turn. Places a shield buff on all allies for 3 turns equal to 25% of the damage inflicted.
Fuck.
So now he's hitting everyone with a 50% chance to stun you. And he's applying a shield to everyone for 50 or 25% of the damage he beat you up with. Then he's got It's Alive. Place a 50% ally protection buff on all allies except this champion for 3 turns. Heal this champion by 50% of their max HP, and place a 15% continuous heal buff on this champion for 3 turns.
Oh my God.
And then his passive, Spooky Groan. Place a fear debuff on the attacker for 1 turn whenever an ally is attacked while under ally protection buff. So he does that big buff to all of his allies, and then if you hit them, you get fear.
I love things that cause fear. Great.
And then increase allies' HP in arena by 33%. Frankenstein fucks.
Dude, it feels like everyone's OP in this game.
That's kind of the best part, is because everyone's OP, no one is. And it makes it balanced, while also being insane. Also, yeah, Frankenstein is not a legendary. He's an epic. And then we have the dwarves. The dwarves are cool. I think they look good. They've got a wide variety to them, but they all definitely feel dwarf. Good, right? They're fucking cool. Yeah, I really like them. And then there's the shadows, Shadowland or Shadowkin, and yeah, they're all just ninjas and samurais, and they look really cool. There's some like Jintaro, fucking Lady Kimi, fucking ninja, Yoshi the drunkard, fucking Nobel, Genzin, Riho Bone Spear, Toragi the frog. I'm really bad with Japanese. I wish my wife was here. She's better at these. But he's fucking fun. Toragi's one of my favorites, though. So this motherfucker, I really want to pull him. So he's an epic. He's not a legendary, because they only have 6 legendaries? Yeah, 6 legendaries. But he's the highest of the epics, okay? He's got 21,810 HP, 892 attack. Huh?
Wasn't the 20... That's higher than Santa.
Yeah, 21...
Fuck.
No, Santa has 22.
Oh. Well, that's only 200.
But he's almost as much as Santa, yeah.
Like,
an attack of 892, a defense of 958, a speed of 96, a 15% crit rate, a 50% critical damage, and a 45 resist, 0 accuracy. With his first standard attack being attack one enemy has a 30% chance of placing a 50% decrease attack debuff for 2 turns. Then, Potent Stench, attack all enemies, has a 50% chance of placing a provoke debuff for 1 turn. The chance increases by 5% for each debuff on the enemy team. God. Which, remember, provoke means you don't take damage from that asshole trying to hit you. Then, Bog Blessing. Place a shield buff equal to 15% of this champion's max HP and a 50% ally protection buff on all allies except for the champion for 2 turns. Also heal this champion for 25% of their max HP and placing a 30% reflect damage buff on them for 3 turns. Heal increases by 2.5% for each poison debuff on the enemy team. Then his passive, Toxic Blood. When attacked, has a 50% chance of placing a 5% poison debuff on the enemy attacker for 2 turns. Occurs once per hit. Then his aura, increase ally resistance in battle in all battles by 40. That passive, I want to point out how strong this passive is. This is a 5% poison whenever someone attacks him for 2 turns.
Like in a row.
That is period.
Oh, okay.
Or, sorry, yeah. So, if they hit him, they get 5%. They take 5% of their max HP for 2 turns. They lose 5% of their max HP.
Jeez.
Which, again, the more health you have, the more devastating that is.
Right.
Because if you're a fucking, let's do the math for Santa. Because, again, I'm bad at math. I'm going to pull the calculator back up. Santa at 22,000 something. But we'll just do 22,000. Minus 5%. That's 1,100 damage for 2 turns. Out of his health. Because he attacked the frog. That's not anyone else attacking him. That's not any other debuffs. That's just from him attacking this guy.
Jeez.
Like, that shit adds up quick. Yeah, there are some really good fucking characters.
Yeah, clearly.
And then we still have 2 other factions that haven't even come out yet, that are still waiting on release. Which, by the way, yeah. So, in each faction... So, every 4 factions are a group. They're, like, part of one big alliance. So, there's the Talarians, which is all the human factions, it's the Bannerlords, the High Elves, the Sacred Order, and the Barbarians. There's 206 champions in that faction, in that alliance.
Fuck.
In the Galean Pact, which is the Ogre tribes, the Lizardmans, the Skinwalkers, and the Orcs, there's 153 champions. In the corrupted faction, there is Demon Spawn, Undead Hordes, Dark Elves, and Knights Revenant, which 190 champions in there. And in the Nersean Union, which there is the Dwarves and the Shadowkin, there is 71. And we still have 2 more factions that have to come out. They are not kidding when they say there's fucking, oh, we have over 500 champions. Actually, let's do the math real quick. Let's find out how many champions we have. Let's see, 153 plus 206 plus 190 plus
499.
That would be funny. 71. Oop. There's 620.
Jesus.
There's 620 champions in this game. I think that's one of the best things about this.
That is awesome.
That many champions, especially because you can use multiples of the same champion, that gives you so much fucking build variety. Like, you can do so fucking much with that. You can do whatever the fuck you want with that, you know? Like MSF, right? There are now over 200 heroes in MSF, right? But you can't use any of those heroes more than once.
Right.
Meaning the amount of teams you have is actually quite limited. Especially considering a lot of their teams require specific other people to get it.
Right.
Like, did you notice that as I was reading through all those people, there wasn't a single, hey, if you have fucking other Shadowkin, gain this bonus.
Right.
Otherwise, this entire ability is useless. Or if you have other orcs, then you can... No. All of them are good characters and functional characters without anyone else from their faction.
That's really
And
cool.
that is so awesome because every character... I think that's why I like it so much. Is it feels like every character was designed individually and thought of how do I make this character a good character on their own. Because it feels like MSF, which has been a big thing in the community lately, we've been talking about, like, it feels like the creators are going, oh, hi, she's what? Welcome. Someone popped in my chat.
Nice.
But yeah, like, in MSF, they have this idea of, like, oh, we're coming up with a new character, it has to be exactly, it has to fit into this team, it has to be done this way exactly, and if it doesn't work with this team, no one will use them, blah, 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 blah. Where Raid, man, you can fucking hop in, pull whatever random-ass character you have, get 4 of them, slap them in arena, and go kick the shit out of some people. You know? Like, you don't have to sit around and be like, fuck. I pulled Conor, the fucking, essentially, beast from Beauty and the Beast, but I don't have Beauty. He's completely worthless. No, he's still a fucking amazing champion who hits like a freight train and has constant AoE attacks, which is why, honestly, I've been debating putting poison on him. But I want better poison gear. Which is actually, I'm going to do 10 pull. No, actually, I want to pull one more green before I do a 10 pull. So we're going to go do some dungeons till I get a green. I should also check. What are you? You're purple. Is purple open today? No, purple is not open today. Is blue open today? Blue is not open today. Jesus. Okay. Also, something I found for... It's true only till you reach late game. Yeah, late game definitely requires you to have really good characters. But I think that's okay, though. Because, like, once you reach super late game, you should have a team that is ready and able to fight, in super late game and fuck shit up.
Right.
But like that's one of the big problems with MSF is that hits you so fast. It's not even like, oh, I hit late game and now my characters don't work. It's I'm on the 4th mission and my characters don't work. Fuck.
Right.
Or like I've hit level 10 and I'm screwed. We're like this is my 2nd account and I've caught up to where my 1st account is in level. And this fucking account's been doing better than my main account. And so I've just, on my main account, I've taken a step back and I've reanalyzed my teams and I'm rebuilding them and restatting out their gear and trying to figure out a better team and a better way to run them. Which is fun to have that kind of freedom.
Okay, well, hey, listen, I'm all the way up to C, and I'm dying. I think I need to eat food. I think I'm going to call it here, because I'm at a 5+ hour stream right now, and I've done nothing but just type in boxes.
Plus our stream, it's 12 o'clock. What time did you start?
7 a.m.
You start at 7 a.m.
What?
Why did you start at 7 a.m.?
Because my wife works at 7 a.m., so that's when I have time to go.
Holy shit.
Yeah, dude, I've been on for like ever.
Why would you do this to yourself?
Because I have work to get done. Look how far I've gotten. I'm at the C's.
Check your chat.
My chat. Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? Why are you doing this to me, dude? I'm hungry.
Yeah, go work out. The characters doesn't work here mostly if you want to do everything in blink of an eye or compete in the top scoreboard. Other than that, 70% of champions are fun. Yeah, and that's honestly that's a decently huge rate of champions that are fun.
My dog got excited.
And that's something that misses from a lot of other games.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna call it here because it's been almost 5 hours.
You're good. I'm actually gonna call it too because I need to go feed my children.
Oh, that's
it's lunchtime.
Yeah, see, we're hungry.
All right. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you, Foregatherers, for the follow. Thank you, Shizo What, for jumping in. Sorry you came in right where I was getting to the end of the game, or the end of me streaming for today because I got to go feed babies. But yeah, thanks for being in. Everyone have a good day. I might be back tonight. I don't know. If you want to hear me tonight, definitely go check out Donnie Jill on Twitch. I'll be playing Back for Blood with her and my wife tonight.
Are you Back for Blood too?
So, yeah.
Oh, I love that.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's so fucking good. I've been having so much fun. Yeah, I'll see everyone later tonight, and see you later.
All right, everyone. We're going to call it here. I know we've had fun building these cards, but you know what? I can only do so much. Remember, in about 7 days, we're going to be able to purchase, get your hands on your own copy of the Stack TCG. Super excited to be having that worked on. I'm currently working on the FAQ as well as the rulebook, which will all be available by the time that it releases. So that way, when you get your pack of cards, you can just go ahead and go learn the rules and play the game right away. So super excited. Really hope this project works out because I've spent almost a year working on it. And thanks to everyone for being here. And a special thanks to Juju Starter for keeping me entertained while I do nothing but mindlessly typing cards. And yeah.
For spouting off stats.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Most of that shit flew right over my head, but I had fun because it gave me something to drone to in the background while I'm talking over. Anyway,
that's okay. I'm good at that.
Anyway, as always, guys, I'm Elwirfy, and I'll definitely be seeing you guys next time. Take care.